2-0 victory over contenders Portugal.
The defender gives it away and leaves the door ajar at the back, and Georgia attacking, and it's Kvaratskhelia. First chance of the game, first goal of the game. Sensational start for Georgia.
I'll next take on Spain in the knockout stage. And the NBA draft has kicked off in New York, and for the second straight year, a Frenchman has gone number one.
With the first pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Rizache from Lyon, France.
In fact, a Frenchie went second also.
With the second pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Washington Wizards select Alex Sarr from Toulouse, France, overtime elite and Australia's Perth Wildcats of the NBL.
The former Perth Wildcats showing the value of an NBL apprenticeship for the NBA. If you're wondering about Bronny James, son of LeBron, he did not get drafted in the first round. He might have better luck tomorrow. There is a lot of intrigue around the kid GOAT. If you want to understand it all better, listen to our episode from yesterday and you can get all across it. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Optus Sport, ESPN and Channel 9 for the extra audio used in this episode.
Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of football.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Yvette Gray. Victoria's police union has criticised the state government's new public intoxication laws after a drunk man died on a suburban street southwest of Melbourne. Cyan Valance reports.
The 34-year-old man died after being hit by a car just metres from his Wyndham Vale home at about 5 o'clock this morning. He was struck less than 2 hours after he was refused entry to the Collingwood Sobering Up Centre for safety reasons. Police were unable to arrest him because the state decriminalised public drunkenness in November. Victoria Police Association Secretary Wayne Gatt says the new laws failed him.
When that happens, it leaves police officers in a hopeless situation.
Premier Jacinta Allen says she will await advice before any policy changes are made.
We do need to have that investigation done independently so that we can get the advice.
Police will prepare a report for the coroner.
Days of interviews featuring convicted murderer Greg Lynn have been released, where police question the former pilot over the deaths of 2 campers in Victoria's high country. Costa Haritas reports.
Greg Lynn told police his initial conversations with fellow campers Russell Hill and Carol Clay had been friendly during a visit to the Wonnangatta Valley in March 2020. But things took a turn when Lynn claimed he was unsettled by a drone owned by Mr Hill, which buzzed above him, and a dispute broke out.
He pushed me over, back onto the ground, and the knife went into his chest.
In days of interviews, he speaks about repainting his vehicle and torching the bodies in a bid to eliminate any remaining trace of the campers.
I'm innocent of murder.
A jury found Lynn guilty of murdering Ms Clay, but not guilty of Mr Hill's death. He will be sentenced next month.
US President Joe Biden's allies have reiterated their support for him as a candidate amid concerns about his performance in the first pre-election debate. Mr Biden stumbled a few times, and roughly midway through the debate, his campaign told reporters the president was battling a cold. However, fact-checkers say Donald Trump made more false claims than Mr Biden, and he also dodged questions about whether he would accept the outcome of November's election. California Governor Gavin Newsom has come to Mr Biden's defence and says he'll never turn his back on the president.
I think he's delivered for the American people. He's laid out an economic plan. He's laid out a vision for the future. And he delivered on substance. Donald Trump was a disaster tonight because he couldn't.
Former rugby league star Jared Hayne says he's been vindicated after sexual assault charges against him were formally dropped. Lydia Feng reports.
Earlier this week, the DPP said they wouldn't pursue a fourth trial against Jared Hayne over the alleged sexual assault of a woman in her Newcastle home in 2018. The charges were formally withdrawn today, and Mr Hayne became emotional as he spoke outside court.
Yeah, it's been a rollercoaster, and from the boys from the inside that stood by me, my mates on the outside, and everyone that and they're still shoulder to shoulder with me. I appreciate that.
Mr Hayne was released from prison earlier this month after having his convictions quashed on appeal. The 36-year-old has always maintained his innocence.
The Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance Union has condemned Nine Entertainment's decision to cut 200 workers. The union says the cuts to publishing, news and current affairs will diminish the organisation's ability to provide quality journalism. Nine blames economic headwinds for the decision. The Alliance's acting media director, Michelle Ray, says the job cuts are part of an industry-wide trend.
This cost savings we're seeing not just at Nine Publishing, but also the Seven Network and also News Corp. All of the news outlets are looking at cost cuttings. And again, it just shouldn't be at the cost of editorial.
To sport, the Australian Boomers are preparing for the Paris Olympics in Melbourne, holding team practices in the lead up to an exhibition game against China next week. The basketball squad currently stands at 17, but will be trimmed to 12 following the practice match, with Australia aiming to repeat its bronze medal success in Tokyo. Two-time Olympian Chris Goulding says the team is focused on success.
It's a lot of fun, first and foremost. You know, everyone's coming into the hotel, reconnecting, couple dinners, some light trainings the first couple of days, and then it very quickly becomes real and competitive, and, you know, as a group, we're driven.
To the weather now for the state, a partly cloudy evening with cloud and patchy rain increasing from the west. For Melbourne, rain tomorrow, a top of 12 after an overnight low of 11. Sunday, a shower or two, 12. Monday, a possible shower, 12. Tuesday, mostly sunny, also 12. It's currently 15 degrees. ABC News.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC. Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game, every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can!
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up. They are leaving nothing out there.
I woun't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Sidebottom launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Calling what a practice.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air. Listen to the roar.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants to add home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish.
He seizes the moment. Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best. Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, to bring the house down.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I
The bye rounds are done. In racing parlance, the fielders rounding the turn to make their runs for September. 9 games a week for the next 9 weeks to finalise the 2024 top 8. And that run begins tonight at the Gabba with 2 teams in a pack. And this might end up counting double by the time we get to sorting out things in September. Great to have your company for ABC Sports coverage of round 16 of the AFL season. My name is Quentin Hull, and the Queensland capital is turning it on weather-wise. It has been a gorgeous winter's week, and Friday night footy here at the Gabatoir is going to be played in pristine conditions. Clear days. It's been mid-20s throughout the afternoon. It's not going to be too cold for footy tonight. There's no rain around, and Brisbane and Melbourne will do battle with both teams outside the top 8. These are 2 teams that had high hopes and expectations coming into this season. And tonight, well, they get to stare at each other in the eye again and just work out how they're going. Perhaps the Lions with a little bit more momentum since their loss to the Hawks pre-bye. They've been very good since, with wins over the Western Bulldogs, St Kilda, and a demolition of Port Adelaide in the City of Churches last week. Well, what about the D's? It all seems to revolve around that, well, horrid performance in Alice Springs, which is now a month ago. They were beaten by Collingwood, of course, on the King's birthday Monday before they had a rest, and returned to get 4 points, but just with a 3-point victory over North Melbourne. So Brisbane, as the round begins, 7.5 wins and 6 losses in 10th position. Melbourne with 8 wins, 6 losses in 9th position. And there's a late change for the Demons as well. One of the real plays of that game right at the end of the Demons' tight victory over the Kangaroos was a tackle from first gamer Kynan Brown. Well, he was named as an emergency for tonight, but he'll be playing. Kynan Brown is in for the Demons and will play as the sub because Jake Bowie is out of the team with a back complaint. So scratch 17, Jack Bowie. In comes Kynan Brown as the sub. While for the Brisbane Lions, they have named Jasper Fletcher as their sub on a day where another of the Sons of Guns returns. Of course, Jasper's the son of Adrian Fletcher, but Chopper's boy. Will Ashcroft to play for the first time since rupturing his ACL on this very venue against Geelong in round 19 of last season. He was averaging 22 possessions a game and was seen as the favourite to win the Rising Star until that point. But he's had a year out of the game, and great that Will Ashcroft returns tonight. So at selection, Ashcroft and Dara Joyce are the 2 ins for Brisbane. Shadow Brain's been dropped, and Jack Payne, the behemoth down back, he's out with a foot injury. While for the Demons, Jake Lever returns for his first game since round 10. Had a head knock and then went for knee surgery, so he's back. Tajwa Woden's back into the team. And a new player as well, Andy Moniz Wakefield, from the Nightcliff Club in the Northern Territory. He's a small forward, part of the Next Generation Academy, so he'll play in number 45 for the Demons to come in on debut tonight, with Christian Salem out with a knee injury. Blake Howe's out, dropped, and Bowie that late change with a back injury. We'd love to hear from you throughout the evening. The way to get in touch is 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from on this Friday night to start the round of footy. 0437 774 774. I'll introduce our esteemed experts in a moment, but my co-commentator is, I think, like everyone else. I mean, we like a little bit of respite in the middle of the season, but, yeah, heads turned for home. Whips are going to crack now in the next 9 weeks, aren't they? We're running into September, Michael Price. How are you?
I'm very, very well and very excited to be here, and welcome to everybody. I think this is going to be a cracking game. Melbourne always match up beautifully against Brisbane, and they've got to be on their mettle. They need to win and keep winning to push their way up into the finals. There's something about Melbourne. They turned the lights off.
I thought that was something about Mary.
But they do match up, as we we'll discuss with our esteemed experts as well. I'm looking forward to see how they match up on the dangerous Ds up forward.
So we've had those crazy games here. The round 2 game here last year when the lights went out and then Melbourne charged home and Brisbane only won by 11 points. And then the crazy old game in round 18 where, 4-goal difference with 5 minutes to go and Brisbane led and then got beaten by the Ds. Outside of all the periphery of spot fires that have happened, and then, the year before that, Brisbane won a cutthroat semi-final, having been flogged twice during the season by the Ds by the tune of 9 or 10 goals. Our experts always bring passion, always bring the unbiased eye, but they've got extra knowledge as well tonight because we've got gentlemen who have worn both of these playing strips with pride. I speak of number 1 draft pick, 2004. I've got my 4, carry the 1. 2004 best and... Is it that long ago? 20 years ago you were the BNF for the Ds. Jeff White, how are you going?
Good. You only have to look at the greys to understand that that's
for me,
a long time ago.
2004 is only 10 years ago, but time is getting away from us, mate. How are you?
I'm
Ds
good.
Tonight, I mean, we love your company and your thoughts whenever there's a footy game, but I think it's a little bit more special tonight when we get to see your old strip go around.
It is, and they've obviously had their challenges over the last month or so. But, looking forward, I want to see the energy. I want to see energy, particularly from the midfield, but I want to see that forward half pressure. We haven't had that. It hasn't been there. That was really a strength in the first half of the year. So to be able to then hold that possession in our forward line, just give our forwards a chance, lower their eyes. I was at training here yesterday. I noticed they're doing a few strategies like that, so a little bit of inside sort of stuff, even though it was an open training session. But I could see that they're looking to, between the arcs, move the ball quick. So that's the sign for me, understands they're going to try and get it inside their forward line very quickly, and we know that Brisbane zone off really, really well.
And next to you, a man that played in 3 premierships for the Brisbane Lions, 2001 Brownlow medalist, AFL Hall of Famer, Jason Ackermanis. It is a delight to have you on board for Friday night footy. Proper footy run into September now. Bye rounds are done. Full rounds each weekend. And I must admit, I'm one of those footy fans that, because I have to, you sort of look at the ladder, but, I never like to get too deceived or overawed by it. But, once the bye rounds are done, that's when you start to look at the ladder a bit more. How are you?
Yeah, good. I've been really, really busy. I played a bit of golf today, Jeffrey. That was just to entertain.
I've been really busy. I played some golf today.
Well, I needed to play because I've been too busy.
Oh, okay.
Too busy not to play. So I needed a break mentally. But took the family to Fiji, and good evening to you, Pricey, and Hugh and Whitey. But, it's been a crazy week. I'm just looking at, as we said last time we were here on the Friday night, was that against St Kilda? I think?
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. And we did mention, and we spoke about how the Lions' percentage is like 3rd now. I think they're 2nd for what it's worth. So they are playing much better footy. See if the Ds can go with them when they do this, sort of they spread the field and they go one-on-one and they get out and they kick mark. So it's going to be an interesting tactical game. You think Berry will go to Oliver again. He's had a good record against him. So it's going to be, there's plenty going on. I like Pickett in the midfield and I hope he gets a bit more time tonight.
We'll delve a little bit deeper into a few of the issues in a moment, but I'm going to hit you with this one straight up before we get out to Jess Stewart to set up the conditions. Will Ashcroft ready to go? There's a VFL game for the Lions against Coburg tomorrow. Is he just a no VFL guy, or you just bring him in? Do the players go through the twos these days?
Yeah, they usually do, but obviously whatever they've done, they would have done heaps of match simulation with him. And
what would you prefer?
Well,
just personally, if you've had a year out of the game, you could have Friday night lights against a team which has been a massive rival, or a quiet, I've been talking how good the weather is. Yeah. Quiet Saturday afternoon, 12:30, I think it is, out at Springfield tomorrow to play VFL against Coburg before you just to get yourself back into it.
Well, if you want to get your touch, he is so highly rated. He's what he can do. So for Brisbane, I would like to go straight back into ones. Why would you want to stuff around and waste a week or two when you've done heaps of work and you're ready to go? And they must think that because they put him straight back in. That's no mean feat. So he must be impressing them on the track.
Yeah. Match fitness is what not what it used to be in a sense.
No, well, and we spoke to Will earlier in the year, and he alluded to the fact that, hey, I could come back before the bye, but I'm going to come back X, Y, and Z, and that's obviously tonight. So there's exactly what Aka's saying, the match sim, and Chris Fagan spoke about that very highly this week in relation to professionalism, off the field, on the field, the way he's prepared himself, he's ready to go, so why not?
0437 774 774 is the number if you want to get in touch. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. 0437 774 774, repeating that Jack Bowie is not playing due to a back ailment, and Kynan Brown comes into the team and will be the sub. Let's get down to Jess Stewart, who has gone from the MCG during the week for Origin now to the Gabatoir for Friday night footy. Jess, always great to have you on board. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you, Q and the team. Yeah, it's been a week, hasn't it? I can tell you the conditions are very different to the ones that I had down there at the MCG on Wednesday night. I was in the gloves. Not as a Queenslander, not coping in those Melbourne cold conditions. So I'm sure the Demons will be enjoying what they are getting up here tonight, and that's 19 degrees, as you said before. Perfect. Barely a breeze about. No rain on the radar at all. As for crowd, I've spoken to the guys here, and they're expecting about 28 to 29,000 in the stands tonight, which is a pretty good result for Friday night football here, given it is school holidays here. So that's a great result for the Lions as for local home crowds. And they are going to try and get that home record tonight into the positive. I believe they've had 3 wins and 3 losses after starting their season with 3 straight losses at their home venue this year, which is a bit of a shock given last year they didn't lose at this venue. So if they can win tonight, they will tip that ledger into 4-3.
Jess, looking forward to your keen eye keeping across the benches, Jess Stewart down on the boundary. And on the SMS straight up, question from Scott in Penrith, which is a good point for all of you listening out. He texts, "Hi Q and team, after having checked this round of games this weekend, can you please advise, will all of the games be broadcast on the ABC Listen app? Some of the games are on at the same time, and I wasn't sure whether all the games will be broadcast or just a few of them." Great question, Scott. It's almost as if that's a Dorothy Dixer at question time, because I was going to talk about the fact that we've got the 2 buttons on the ABC Listen app, the AFL button and the AFL Extra button. So, for example, tomorrow afternoon in the time slot to start the day, we have the game between Sydney and Fremantle at the SCG at the same time that North Melbourne's playing the Western Bulldogs. So to use that as a case in point, North Melbourne versus Western Bulldogs on the AFL button, and the Swans versus Fremantle game will be on the AFL Extra button. So keep that in mind. Couple of night games as well. Crows v Giants, Geelong versus the Bombers. So that's where the Cats Bombers game's on the AFL button. The Crows Giants game is going to be on the AFL Extra button. So indeed, we're back to this portion of the season where we have the overlap games, but all games are broadcast via the national broadcaster, the ABC Listen app. So if the game that you want is not on one of the buttons, check the other, because it'll be there. And while speaking about the Listen app, I know, Pricey, you're a lover of falling asleep to sport at this time of year, and you know, there's a sort of a bit of a void when it's a non-Ashes winter from our perspective. One, because we just love the Ashes, but 2, you know, you get under the doona, put the telly on mute and have your sort of phone or wireless just burbling along in the background with the sport.
Indeed.
Well, you'll be able to do that with Wimbledon this year, because the ABC Listen app, fantastic to remind you that if you haven't caught up with the news, the championships from SW19 will be broadcast on the ABC Listen app. Look for the tennis button. So one of the greatest fortnights of world sport. It's hallowed in excellent... We're talking about 2004. It's 20 years since I first was lucky enough to go and work at Wimbledon. Where has that time gone? So that's on the ABC Listen app. And, of course, along with the final of the T20 World Cup, with South Africa taking on India. If you didn't catch it.
How much did Afghanistan make? 56?
Yeah, not many. Yeah, South Africa got past them, and then England made just more than 100, trying to chase down 170.
But it was a moral victory.
Yes, making the top 4. Moral victory. Jeff, your beloved Demons. I just... A very open question. Can you explain the progression of the season to this point and what we can hope for from here?
I thought we started off really, really well. I thought we had some really good connection between the arcs, is what a lot of teams are, and we were having some good entry inside forward 50. I just think you mentioned the Alice Springs game, and that was obviously a poor game, very, very poor game against Freo. Sort of took the wind out of the sails a bit, and it looked like there was no energy. A little bit of that came back against Collingwood, and then obviously you had the bye. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint where the slide in the actual enthusiasm and their energy has sort of crept out of their game. They need to get that back. Big challenge tonight against Brisbane. They're obviously playing really, really good football, and the most impressive part I just saw stat there. The number 4 rated forwards in the competition, 4 is Stringer, 3 is Curnow, 2 is Hipwood, 1 is Danaher. So they got the first 2 effective forwards, number forwards since round 10 in the forward line for Brisbane. So bringing Lever back in, Tomlinson's been playing good football, obviously Stephen May. So they match up really, really well, I reckon. And as Pricey said at the start, the matchups across the ground are really, really strong. And yeah, but I want to see Melbourne have that connection through the arcs to get it inside forward 50, because that's where Brisbane, if Brisbane win it at centre half forward for Melbourne, or centre half back for Brisbane, we're in all sorts. If we can't get across that line, we're going to have a long night.
We've got about 15 more minutes of using we as well for Melbourne, but I asked you to speak from...
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's because I asked you about... And really, we got to see the first proper look at the Ds without Christian Petrarca against North Melbourne.
Yep.
So, what did you pick up? How are they going to play without one of the most dominant midfielders in the game?
Yeah, look, it was certainly a lot of their players, a lot of Melbourne players it was the first time they hadn't played with Christian last week.
I tell you what, there's two Christians down this week.
Yep. Yeah.
No Salem as well.
No Salem as well.
Mm.
Look, I watched the North Melbourne versus Collingwood game. They were outstanding. They played exciting footy. So they brought their level of enthusiasm against Melbourne last week. So they fought back extremely well. Just think that, we that's what I'm saying. If we can't have that level of competitiveness for 4 quarters, if Melbourne can't have that level of competitiveness against Brisbane tonight, we're going to have a long night. So Melbourne's got to come with that enthusiasm that they had at the first half of the year.
And on a personal note, where's young Kalani watching tonight? This is Jeff's son, who's as an underager made the Allies team this year. So it's not draft year this year, but next year. So he's got a big choice coming in the next 12 months if he keeps sound, whether or not to stay on the coast with the Suns Academy or go father-son to the D. So where's Kalani watching tonight?
Yeah, he's been in the rooms.
Q. He was gallivanting about with an official match hoodie on. They're into him big.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's been in the change rooms as soon as they arrived. So good experience for him.
Okay. Well, you never know what can happen in
and he was the
months.
tallest person in that group on the sideline as well. He's a monster. He's 202 centimetres, isn't he, Whitey?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Anyway.
Got some height on him.
Yeah.
Got some height and ability.
Jace, just a quickie.
Yeah.
What impresses you most about the 3 weeks of Brisbane's football since the bye? So they're the wins against the Bulldogs, Saints and Power. What have you seen?
I've seen a great spread of players playing very well now, back-to-back weeks, which they really do need. You can't keep, a side that relies on Lockie is never going to get anywhere. So, but the improvement from getting, obviously, Cam Rayner up and about last week, fantastic. We've been talking about him all year. Zach Bailey, fantastic game. They found some guys. Obviously, we spoke last time about Kyloma and with Bruce, and of course even with Morris. So I don't know. I just think they took those few weeks to get those new guys in. It was a bit disjointed, and Charlie hasn't even had he has a crap delivery, but he's starting to get back, and he's got some mojo back. Joey going from full forward into the ruck, it's been really good for him. I just think there's a lot of components that just needed those few weeks to iron out, and then they have tweaked their game plan, particularly on offence, where they will spread, as I mentioned, spread the field and go one-on-one and just chip mark, and they still will go fast out of stoppages, but that's what we're seeing, the spread of players playing at a better level.
Thank you, Jason. Marcus up in the Daintree, he's gone poetic early on Friday night on the SMS 0437 774 774 is the number. He asks, will the will of Brisbane get them over the line, or will their 2024 Gabba Demons continue to haunt?
Oh, that's nice.
Very poetic, thank you. Here come the Lions out onto the field, and if you are just joining us, no change to Brisbane's selected team. There were 2 changes at selection that our texter Marcus was referring to. Will Ashcroft into the team along with Dara Joyce. Shadow Brain has been dropped. Jack Payne is out with a foot injury, and Jasper Fletcher is playing tonight as the sub. Kynan Brown, who made his debut last week and was named as an emergency originally for this game, he's actually come into the match day squad. He will play as the sub because Jake Bowie is out of the team with a back injury. So Bowie out and Brown in, who is the sub in gorgeous conditions at the Gabba for this Friday night of footy. Melbourne 9th, Brisbane 10th as this round begins, and Friday night footy from the Gabba gets ever closer and is not too far away.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy. Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes. AFL. This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
Nine games a week for the next 9 weeks to sort out the finalists in this 2024 season. If you are just joining us, welcome to Friday Night Footy. Quentin Hull, along with Michael Price, to call the action from the Gabba, where the Lions will take on the Demons. Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White are your experts, 2 men that have played with pride in these 2 playing strips. Jess Stewart's down on the boundary to keep us close at hand with the moves. And for those just joining it, there's already been a move on the magnet board for Simon Goodwin in the Ds. Jake Bowie not playing with a back injury, so Kynan Brown comes in as the sub. He was originally not selected after making his debut last week, but certainly covered himself in glory with a great tackle late in that desperate finish where the Ds got over the line against North Melbourne by just the 3 points. That was their first game after the bye. Keeps them ahead of the count at 8 wins and 6 losses, but outside the 8 as it stands. And for Brisbane, well, they're back at the Gabatoir and in perhaps their best form of the season, having thumped Port Adelaide by 79 points at the Adelaide Oval last week to bankroll 2 previous victories since coming back from the bye. They beat the Saints here at home a couple of weeks ago and beat the Doggies down at Docklands. It is just a perfect night for football. Jake Lever coming back in for the Demons tonight. His first game since round 10, at a bout of concussion, and they accelerated some knee work that he needed to do. So he's back into the team tonight. Jeff, I think it's a good point to start. The pillars that have made the Demons successful, these big names. We know that Christian Prataka's not going to be there. There's a cog missing from the midfield, but just how important is it to get Jake Lever back for the Demons for the run into September?
Yeah, it just structures up really well, zones off really, really well, and matches up really well with Stephen May. I think that's what Melbourne's been missing, certainly over the last couple of weeks, just that synergy that they have. and it comes in, and Tomlinson's been playing really good football. He'll start on the bench tonight, and he'll come in and help out, and McDonald is great. So you look at the matchups down forward, you've got May, you've got Lever, then you've got Hipwood, you've got Danaher. So really looking forward to seeing how that unfolds up forward. And Lever's certainly a big in for Melbourne. So hopefully they can get some intercept marks and come off the half-back line.
Jason Ackermanis, Will Ashcroft returning tonight. We spoke about him briefly with our audience that were with us earlier on. But where does he add to this Brisbane team? Does he just go back into the midfield and is the extra rotation, or do you see him playing a different role?
No, I think it'd be the same role. He's so good at it. I mean, he just gives them a little bit more depth, flexibility. He plays well up here. Well, he always plays well when he's obviously last year until the injury. So, yeah, even he can go forward. You can see some of the goals he can kick. He just gives that extra little bit of flexibility for the coaches to throw it around if they need to. They've got a super midfield as it is, but he's just going to give them that really good spread wherever they need him. He doesn't need to be a star tonight. He's just got to get his touch going, get back in the game, starting on the bench. So, he'll be full of nerves, but that's the journey. It's unlucky the injury so early. I think his dad never had any injuries. He was, talk about Mr. Reliable, he was nearly a German tank. Unfortunately, when he retired, that's when all the problems started. I think he's had both hips replaced. But his son is a chip off the old block. He's got that turn of speed, and just going to be good to see him out there. And we've all been waiting and hoping to get him back, but tonight's another important step.
And Dara Joyce is no small lad, but no one can quite match the wingspan and thickness of the pecs of Jack Payne. So change to a key defender down back for Brisbane tonight.
Yeah, he's big. Jack's been a little bit off at times this year. He's been a bit inconsistent, obviously late last year with the ankle injury. But, when he's up and going, he's such an important cog because he is so big and he does take that extra big-bodied sort of, forward. But congratulations also tonight. Harris Andrews, 200 games. I must admit, when I very first saw him, I think Justin Leppridge was the coach. I said, this guy is terrible. He'll never last. He was getting beaten. He was getting pushed out of the way. He had no game sense. It reminded me of a young Daniel Merritt who used to send out the runner to tell him to teach him how to read the play. Okay, run up here, and that's how we had to teach him. But he was so bad, I thought he'd had no future. And to his credit, and the coaching, they persisted with him. Obviously now he's captain, but his improvement, obviously All-Australian and all those great things. But from where he was to what he became, is really pleased for him.
Yeah, first chance for the local fans to recognise that milestone, having reached that in Adelaide last week. But, one of the first academy products from this part of the world to reach 200 games. Jeff, do you know much about Andy Monners-Wakefield? I'll give the numbers. He's a small forward.
He's a back
from the Northern Tier.
He's a back actually.
Oh, okay.
Been using him as a back in VFL and had 35 possessions last week.
So I'm just reading.
Yeah, probably,
that's why I asked you, because I just read from the media guide, which obviously
that's the Bible.
Different coach. Well, no,
looks like the Bible.
The coaches change things, don't they? When they
do. A lot to like about this kid. He's been around, I think, for about 3 years. I'm not 100% sure on that. Where's 45?
He kicked 20 goals in 19 games in the VFL last year.
They've swung him down back. So he's been playing really good. So from Darwin, got a rugby background. Where's 45? Had 35 possessions last week. I think 9 intercept marks. So a lot of that, like Melbourne supporters listening to a Matty Whelan, who I played footy with, was a great half-back flanker. So very similarities like that. So looking forward to watching him tonight, and congratulations to him making his debut against the Lions at the Gabba. So great opportunity for him.
Got 3 father-sons in the Melbourne lineup tonight, Whitey.
Yeah,
and 2 in the Brisbane lineup.
2 in the Brisbane one as well. Yeah, so it's coming through. Just talking about the matchups and raised a point there, Acker with Joe Danaher. The matchups, I think, across the ground are really, really strong. McInerney versus Gawn, yes, great matchup. It's going to be But the best matchup for Brisbane's perspective is when Joe Danaher goes in, he's going to go against Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen's got to be on his toes and watch. When they put Danaher in the middle, that's what gets him into the game. That's where he gets his possessions. They use him as a switch, quite a bit acca. Obviously great in the air, aerial work, but the ability for him to cover so much ground, massive tank. So that's where Melbourne's got to be on their toes in that, and when Van Rooyen's in the ruck.
And here comes Big Max Gaunt to the middle of the ground.
There is 208 centimetres.
There's a diminutive Lions fan, a young girl with a long ponytail which goes all the way down her back, and Max Gaunt's leaning over and having a chat to her. and basically she comes up to the hip of Max Gaunt and comes up almost to the nipple of Lachie Neale. There's the long and the short of it there in the middle.
Now he's leaning down to shake Lachie Neale's hand.
Yeah. So they're affecting the toss in the middle.
Nice toss there. The winner is, they don't know, they're checking.
Yeah, Maxie Gaunt's won the coin flip, and the Demons are going to be kicking to the left of your radio dial. They'll be attacking the school end in the first quarter. Let's get back down to Jess Stewart. She's on the boundary right next to the benches to keep us up to date down there. I don't know about you, Jess, but are we getting home about Friday night footy? The Lions have been there and thereabouts. We've had a lot of big games here over the last few years. It's just lacking a bit of that Friday night pop at the moment. How are you?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, lads, I think maybe school holidays might be behind the lack of potentially being a sellout. I would have thought that playing the Demons would have been a sellout tonight for the Lions or close to it. But yeah, they won't get that tonight. It's about 29,000 here. But yeah, maybe it is also because the two teams are sitting just outside the top 8. But there is definitely plenty of interest in this match tonight. As you said, lots on the line for both of these sides who are trying to make a push for finals.
Keep your messages rolling in throughout the evening. 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. A weekend of sport which has been added to over the last 48 hours. Wimbledon coming your way through the Listen app on Monday. T20 World Cup final in the early hours of Sunday morning, with India doing battle against South Africa. But let's get into the footy. Round 16. This is, as mentioned, the turn for home, the run for September. No more buys. There are 9 weeks left. There are 8 teams vying for the Cup when we get to the end of this 9-week period, Pricey. And these two teams, they're just behind the pack as we start the run for home.
Viney against Berry in the middle is already entertaining. The umpire bangs it down. McInerney gets the first one. Down to Berry. He's tackled by Viney, typically. Loses the ball in the middle of the field. Neil Bullen dances around, tumbles one inside 50. Overrun there by Petty, picked up by Starcevic. Tackled by Petty, still gets the kick away. Bounces towards the wing. There comes the young player in Moniz Wakefield, gets a handball away. Oliver curls it around with the left, inside 50. Van Rooyen fisted away from him by Darren Joyce. Over the boundary line, we get a throw in 30 metres out, right forward pocket for the D.
Oliver started up forward, so it'll be interesting to see if Berry picks him up after centre bounce.
Playing games already.
Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis, your experts for Friday night footy. Boundary throw in. Ruckman share it. Oliver's over the top of it, but Dunkley comes through, got tackled immediately, got a hand pass free. Ball on the deck to be won about 60 from Melbourne's goal. Viney, ineffective kick, picked up by Dunkley of Brisbane. Hacked clearing ball towards the wing. May in the 2-on-2 pack. No, there was a push before the ball arrived. He took the mark, but he impeded. Hipwood gets the free kick, plays on from the wing. Chips the left half forward. McCluggage marks. Wheels inboard from 60. Kicks it to the pocket. Danaher has it spoiled brilliantly by McDonald coming back with the flight to punch it through for the first score, which is a minor.
What a spoil that was. Great timing there.
And
He was out.
Yeah, he certainly was. He had the sit there, flying spoil there. Dees bring it back in quickly. Comes out to Tomlinson. The lead from Van Rooyen is perfect, and so was the kick. Takes it just in front of commentary wing. Immediately, long kick towards half forward. Front position. Belted by Petty. And he didn't like it either, did Froggy Lester. Gets up and remonstrate. There's a bit of push me, shove you as a couple of Lions enter. It's going to be 50 metres. So Lester in the front position. And it was just a very strong spoil into the back of Leicester and promoted 50.
Any good script writer gets the key villains and heroes in early. That's very good script writing to have Harrison Petty involved in a sparking moment early.
Leicester from 55 puts it in a dangerous spot at the back. Rayner. That is a beauty. He can fly and does it 25 metres out directly in front.
What a hang. Great possession. But that was the old, back in our day, you take the head if you can when you spoil. But, silly free kick in the modern era. But super pass, super grab. Rayner, can he kick the first of the night?
On the back of Jai Woden, he comes in. Rayner pops it through. Kicks the first goal of the game, and the Lions off to a good start. 1-1-7 for the D's yet to score. Nearly 3 minutes gone to the first turn.
Even though it was a 50-metre penalty, I like what Leicester did then. He got it in really quickly. Got it in quick. There's a bit of remonstrating, all that sort of stuff, but he went up. He went up to the line, kicked it in straight away, top of the goal square. And when you've got an offence like that, why not? You don't need to put it to the skinny areas of the forward line. Just get it up there, give it some height, and let them go for it.
Very, very true. Before we go down to Jess, but Cam Rayner's been doing this for weeks, jumping, taking marks. I like it.
Jess Stewart on the boundary.
We're 3 minutes in, boys, and there's so much niggle already between the backs, the forwards. They're definitely these two. They have got the modern rivalry happening in the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, that's delayed interest around.
And everyone's been going after Zorko.
Yeah, and Zorko, of course, got into Harry Petty. Answorth got into Petty about, there's been banter between Petty and the Lions for a couple of past games. Now, centre bounce, free kick to Brisbane. Lachie Neale's going to get the free kick. He was impeded at the stoppage. Kicks wide to half forward, and Reville's decided to pay the money for the hairdresser. He's gone the cornrows for Friday night footy. He's decided to pay the money when the Friday night lights are on his due. He kicks to full forward for Brisbane. Gawn spoils the pack, punches it over the boundary line. Throw in coming up. Right forward pocket for Brisbane. Left back pocket for Melbourne. Lions with the early goal 1-0 on ABC Sport Friday night footy.
Now, it's obviously a message there because both entries now from Brisbane are going top of the goal square.
Every player on the paddock forward of halfway, throw in, and McInerney slaps it back to whence it came. We'll do it all again.
Do you remember that Nelly song?
Which one?
I'm a sucker for cornrows and manicured gloves. Every time I see Bruce with the cornrows, I think of that song.
I'm thinking more along the Snoop Dogg look, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of that, a bit of Ice Cube going on. Throw in the right foot.
Think of the devil.
Oh, he gathers. He gets onto his left foot. Pops it into a dangerous spot. Spoiled away from Hipwood. The D should be out. Windsor. Tackled front on by Rayner. Didn't have any prior opportunity, though. Wrapped up about 35 metres out directly in front of the Lions' goal. There'll be a ball up.
Deep in attack for Brisbane at the top of their race. McInerney over the top, but roved by Windsor. His kick is smothered and ricochets off boots and through for a behind. Obviously not off of Brisbane. Well, are they checking if it was an off of Brisbane boot?
Yeah, they're
going to go to the arc.
They'll have to because the old shin, that could be a goal. Could be a goal, be an most unusual goal of the year, mind you.
So, I think it was Windsor.
Review underway.
They've got Steve May up on the big screen. But
Lever said it's a goal.
That's why you like to just go through.
That's below Oscar McInerney's knee.
Looking at this angle, when the ball comes off the Brisbane attacker's knee before crossing the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
Caleb Windsor has kicked the football into Oscar McInerney's knee 15 metres from goal, and it's apparently above the knee. So that's a point.
So lucky for Steve Mount.
Yeah.
He should have gone through with the ball. He's right there.
Yeah, 1-2-0. Brisbane in front.
Never seen that before, Q. It could have been a bit of history. But
centimetres that was.
Demons bring it back in now. And this is Rivers. Long kick towards the outer wing. Through hands. The Lions getting each other's way. Roved by Viney. He's harassed off the ball. It's taken there and kicked forward by Windsor. It gets to the 50-metre arc. Lions there with numbers. Zorko handball back to Starcevic. Off a stand. That's a beautiful pass to hit Jared Berry. Just short of the outer wing. Clayton Oliver stands the mark for the Ds, and Berry looking around for some options. Now he's just going to go longer down the line. It's actually all towards the Ds. Spoiled away there by Woden. Gets in front of Bailey, and he takes it over the boundary line. Just left half forward for the Lions. They're leading by 8 points, nearly 7 minutes gone.
Bowie, the late out for the D's with a back injury. So Kynan Brown coming into the team. He'll play as the sub.
Ashcroft on.
Yeah, I was just wanting to see where Will is.
He's half forward at the moment, just off the...
Yep, there he is. Got a few blonde tips through his hair. Will Ashcroft on return. Boundary throw in, and Ashcroft has a chance to gather. He does. First kick on return from 45. It's just to the left and a behind. Welcome back, Will. 139 to nothing.
That body work. Sensational.
Looking good as the D's bring it back in. Dangerous kick towards Rivers. Spoiled by Hipwood on the arc of 50. And then Charlie Cameron overruns it. Picked up by McDonald for the D's. Gets the handball back to Levo. He's tackled off it. Then back to McDonald. His handball's a speculator. Zorko was monstered, but the ball hit the deck for the D's. Rivers now. Neil Bullen at half-back. Got the handball away to Mona's Wakefield. He got away from Bailey. Long kick to nobody in particular. Harris Andrews tracks it back to right half-back. And then that's a very dangerous kick. It's cut off there for the D's. Windsor then tackled. One arm pinged. Great tackle. That is magnificent there from Josh Dunkley at centre half-back. Gets the free kick and flares it out to the outer wing.
Marked by Leicester, hand pass to Ashcroft, hand pass to Starcevic, who runs the wing. Starcevic kicks inside 50. Cameron leads and marks above his head, despite the late arriving pressure from Tomlinson. And John Denver did not sing until late in the last quarter last time Brisbane played at home. He is gargling within 8.5 minutes of this Friday night with Charles Cameron lining up from, well, he'll kick from 50, slight angle to the left.
Good mark, but then just below his knees, that last contest, he just overran the ball. Not like Charlie, let's see if he gave a good mark. Let's see if he can convert.
21 goals for the season. He kicked 59 last year. Right foot kick from Cameron. And that is the first trip home for the night at the Gabba. 2-3-15 plays nothing. Lions in front for 9 minutes.
Obviously had all the scoring options so far, but it's that centre half back where they're winning the ball at the moment, Brisbane. They clean below their knees. Their pressure, that tackle in the middle there from Dunkley was outstanding. But then to get on the boot, get it really quick, spread the defence, and then a great lead from Cameron. But their pressure is top-notch at the moment from Brisbane.
I think the other thing, too, coming out of that back line, the pressure is up from Melbourne, but the ability for Brisbane to have those beautiful passes that are hitting the target, that's really what's opening them up at the moment. That said, I don't think Melbourne are that far off. They've just got to get a little bit more polish.
Yep.
5 inside 50s for Brisbane, 5 scores, 3 inside 50s to Melbourne for no score. As the a cappella version of Country Roads continues here at the Gabba. Clearance to Melbourne. Oliver tumbles it to half forward. Pickett in front takes the mark. Immediately wheels around to the right forward pocket. Fisted away there by the Lions defence. Starcevic with the big fist away from Fritsch.
Bailey Fritsch has a really good record against Brisbane. He always kicks 2-3. He's really very good. So see if he can get hold of a couple. I have no doubt he'll kick another couple of goals tonight.
D's in attack, but yet to score. Brisbane 2-3. Ball tossed in. Gone to the front. Taps down. No rover. Cleared. Short little kick from McKenna. Doesn't gain much ground. Picked up by Rivers of the Demons. Hand pass to Walliver. Hands it back to Rivers near the boundary. Turns infield. Tries to banana from 45 out. No purchase to the goal line. Andrews in a one-on-one. Claiming a mark against Turner. Turner says it was touched. Pickett comes in and applies the tackle and wins the free kick for Melbourne. So Harris, I think, was trying to con the umpires there, Jace. And Daniel Turner said, no, I touched that.
Yeah.
And Cozzy was all over it. Jumped on him, made the tackle, and Pickett will shoot for goal from straight in front.
Great tackle. And
for the size too.
I'm not sure about the kick in top of the square. I think he's actually trying to have a shot. But that said, great tackle. He's a great tackler, Cozzy Pickett.
These need to get one early on the road. And Pickett from point-blank range provides his first of the night and the Demons' first score. Brisbane 2-3-15, Melbourne 1 straight 6. You're hearing it on ABC Sport. This is Friday night footy, 11.5 minutes in at the Gabba.
As we said before, Whitey, They're not far off it. They've been good. That polish will come, but that is a sensational tackle.
But where they won the footy there was at centre half forward. So the ability to suffocate Brisbane there and not let them win it. But what I was really interested with just then, they had to stop play deep inside their forward 50. Max Gorn went in there. Normally he doesn't do that. He sits out and sets up the wall. So clear instruction for Gorney to go in there, and then Oscar McInerney went in there to go against
And he just put his body, Maxi, in front of Oscar, and Oscar couldn't do anything about it. And if he does that all night, they'll get first look at the ball, the Melbourne forwards.
So Lions by 9 points early in the first quarter here at the Gabba. Nice bounce from the umpire. Gorn slipped and McInerney promoted it forward. Overrun there. Picked up by Woden. Handball back to Oliver. Back to Woden. Here's little 9-9 cut off by Will Ashcroft. Didn't go the distance. It's still inside the centre square, beside the centre circles. Bit of a rugby maul, towed forward out of the pack. Picked up by Lester. His handball, it's hot for Wilmot. He's tackled, should have been holding the ball. It's loose across 50. Hacked out of there by Viney towards the goal square. Good contest, ground level. Rode there by Tolstrup it was. His kick smothered the young man. It bounces back to Windsor. He has a left foot fly from about 40. It tumbles away and through for a behind to the Demons, just finding a little bit of the ball now. 15 plays 7, 8 points the margin in favour of Brisbane.
And the inbound straight down the corridor. Lever gives away a free kick too high on Wilmot. Play on. The Lions go towards the outer side. Picked up by McInerney. Not clean transferred though. He has a fumble. Oliver comes in to win it for the Demons on the deck. Hands it to Lever. Hands it to Gorn. Bangs it deep to a one-on-one. It's Fritsch there with Andrews. Fritsch roves the crumb. Dribbles it with his left and kicks it behind. He was running towards the pocket. Good battle between the two 31s. Quick inbound. Ashcroft's got it at left half back before it can even give the score, Pricey. Lions 2-3-15. Demons 1-2-8.
Geez, it's hot in the contest.
Oh, and that Starcevic, a couple of solid efforts there.
Ashcroft, it's a long kick to shorter centre wing on the Stanley Street side of the ground, the outer side. Rode front and square by Wilmot. Through hands to Lester. Lester's kick, it was just inside the boundary, nicely cleaned up there by Kalachi, but his kick around the corner was cut off by McDonald for the D's. They promote it forward. Through hands now comes to Oliver from Woden, and he flares it out wider. Finds Rivers, he chips it towards half forward, getting in front again. Froggy Lester in front of Tolstrup in almost career best form. Lester goes across the arc of 50 to find the youngster in Darcy Wilmot.
Again.
Yeah, now the Lions, well, they do this chip thing in the back half today, Acker. Here's a short ball to Ashcroft. It's been the keepings off ever since Q Clash, really.
Yeah.
Short pass across the face of goal where Joyce takes the mark. He's got room to run. Kicks wide to right half forward. Irishman to Irishman. McKenna takes the mark. Yeah. McKenna kicks down the wing, and indeed space for Rayner to mark uncontested. Kicks to half forward. Morris Mast uncontested. The rising star Nom near the boundary. 55 out right half forward. Kicks to full forward. Archie the fly. Big purchase. No mark. Does his own roving. Gets tackled by Van Rooyen before getting a kick on goal. Now the cavalry piles in. And it stacks on at the top of the goal mouth. And a ball up with Brisbane in attack, leading by 7 points.
Again, right to the top of the goal
square. Exactly.
That's the old Lions game plan.
Throw a blanket over 20 players here. Umpire throws it up. Ashcroft tackled off the ball. It's loose. Hacked out of there by the D's off the ground. Nicely picked up by Tolstrup. Got the handball back to Oliver. His handball cut off now. Hipwood around the corner from 35. He has a flying shot. Goes to the goal square. Spoiled out of Langdon's hands by Danaher. Falls back to Langdon after McDonald had the ball. He gives it to Neil Bullen, tackled off it, just got the handball away. McDonald for the Demons, kicks it forward. Tumbles just short of centre wing on the commentary side. Starcevic did well, slapped it forward and then got his opposition player and belted him, wrapped him up. Oh, he's all over the back of poor Sparrow there. The umpire's going to come in.
Sensational tackle. He had to do a one-on-one with Turner, then come off and impact the contest.
Playing well tonight.
Tolstrup gets the clearance for the Demons. It's just an indiscriminate kick. It's out of bounds on the full. So the Lions are going to get this one. And Starcevic, who made that tackle a moment ago, he's going to be the beneficiary and take this free kick between right half-back and the wing.
They force you. You can't have spares behind the ball. That's what the Lions don't want. And this game plan is just irons them out.
Oh, Danaher, the target of the kick, and he flew over Sparrow to take the mark. 70 out. Plays on with his left boot. It's a booming deep entry to full forward. Off the pack, fisted over the boundary line through for a point. Now, inside the point post, it's a behind. That long entry. Brisbane by 8 points at 2-4-16 to 1-2-8.
That's right. Van Ruin's gone the ruck now with Danaher. So
Stephen May brings it back in for the D's. That's a good kick and nicely taken there by Turner. Dan Turner, 22-year-old at right half back now. He doesn't have a lot to kick to, so he's going to have to go long down the line. Big pack of players here. Getting there, Petty could have been pushed in the back by Dara Joyce, but that came off hands and went over the boundary line. We will get a throw in.
It was nearly a chest mark. Took about not reading it. Because Pickett nearly got that one. So anyway, Joey's not as athletic, I think, around the ground. So Petty can really make him pay if he gets out and does the hard work.
So this throw in is between the wing and right half forward for Melbourne. Throw in Van Rooyen in front of Danaher. Took it out of the ruck. Got it to his boot inside 50. Fisted away by Harris Andrews. Picked up by Tolstrup from 50. Tumbles it. Oh, it bounced dramatically at the end. And just missed the left point post. Goal post went through for a point. 16 plays 9.
Some of those loose ball and contested possessions from Tolstrup has been top notch right now.
Yeah, he's looking dangerous.
It's his birthday today. Just his third game.
Was he 12?
Nah, 19 is Colton Tolstrup. Jason? You got a thing for 12, haven't you?
What about the hairdo?
Long kick to the outer side. Pack, and the umpire says, I'll have it. We'll have a ball up. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action with Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis on ABC Sport. Jess Stewart on the boundary as Gawn wins that tap. Boundary side near the wing. It'll go out of play before Viney can do much. And we'll see it tossed in. Jess, not far from you on the boundary.
I was just going to say Oscar McInerney is absolutely filthy. He cannot get on the field right now because obviously Max Gawn's just come on in a change. So he's trying desperately to get out there.
So in the ruck here, Max Gawn versus Joe Danaher. Gawn wins the tap out. It's sharked there by Jared Berry. He kicked it up and down the chimney. Kyle Oman couldn't grab it for the Lions. Fisted away from McLuggage. Well rove by Tolstrup again. Curls it around the corner. Zorko cuts in front of Van Rooyen. Rove by Gawn. Beautifully done. Got the hands away. It's fisted forward by Neil Bullen. Now Cozzy Pickett traverses the 50. He lets go. It's across the face of goal. Another behind. So 16 plays 10. The Lions leading this one by one straight goal after 19 minutes of the first.
Yeah, the 2-on-1 in the square to Melbourne's advantage. And went for goal.
Away, yeah.
McKenna with the short chip in. Neil takes the mark in the left back pocket. 2-4 to 1-4. Brisbane in front. What a gorgeous night for footy. Neil just impeded by the man on the mark. That was good work from Pickett. It offset his kick a little to a pack at left half back. But Ashcroft does the roving for Brisbane and hands it through Joyce on to McCluggage. McCluggage's kick to a pack forward of the wing. Roved by Loman of Brisbane. His hand pass comes back to him. So he has another go. Gives the hand off there to Hipwood. 70 out on the boundary. Kick to full forward. Tomlinson's fist spoils the pack and he puts it over the boundary line for the Demons in the right back pocket for Melbourne. Left forward pocket for Brisbane. 2-4 to 1-4. 20 minutes played. Brisbane in front.
The pressure up the field from Melbourne at the moment is really helping the defenders being able to come off and spoil the ball and kill it. So it just shows the synergy they've got at the moment. It's working really, really well.
Lions by a goal. Throw in left forward pocket with the Brisbane side in attack. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Handball back to Stephen May. Under pressure. His kick barely goes to 15. Charlie Cameron slaps it down. Viney over to Sparrow by hand. Under pressure. He kicks it. Shorter centre wing. Van Rooyen. Double grabber. Nice mark. Takes it. Zorko stands the mark. Van Rooyen plays on. Kicks it to Turner. Overrunning it there. Connor McKenna gave Turner a free run. He gathers. Turns. Kicks it inside 50. Pickett. Beautifully done, running back with the flight of the ball, takes a chest mark, about 35 out, tight angle to the right though.
Good transition there. Melbourne are playing great, their pressure's good. Like you said, Whitey, I'll tell you what though, if they didn't have those two spoils, they'd be a long way behind. So they are playing, their defence is getting the benefit of the pressure.
Well, it's a work rate up the field that's putting the pressure on, forcing Brisbane to kick it high.
Tight angle, Cozzy Pickett. Launches at the goals. The umpire does a fair bit of work. He's just scraped it in for another behind. 1-5 now the D's. They're 5 points behind Brisbane. 16 plays 11 as Zorko plays on quickly.
6 of the last 7 scores to Melbourne, but Brisbane still leading by 5 points as Wilmot slides to the ground to take a diving chest mark at right half back for Brisbane.
You got to nail those goals when you're away though, Q, don't you?
Can't leave it a chance.
Short pass to Reveal, short pass to Leicester. Chip. Leicester chips backwards, back inside D50.
They're out of here.
For Zorko, there's the switch to left half back. Short pass to Starcevic, can run the edge of the centre square. Kicks beyond the bullseye, marked by Hipwood in the cricket pitch area. Hands it to Rayner. Training drill stuff down the corridor. Kick deep to the forward line, out the back of the pack. Cameron Rove snaps and kicks his second. And gives a little rev for the old Charlie motorbike too. Well, they just moved it from right half back to left half back, and then bang, own the corridor. Cameron Crumming down deep, and it's Brisbane 3 goals for 22, leading the Demons 1-5-11, and Cameron's got 2 in the first term.
That's what I've been saying. If you don't pick them up, you don't go man on man, they'll do that all night. So Melbourne, I guarantee you'll make that change at quarter time, Whitey, but that's what they're after. They do it better than anyone. Even if you do go man on man, they'll still try and find those targets. Really good change of direction in the corridor. But
it was that switcher play, but back into the corridor towards Hipwood. So at the start of the year, what Brisbane tended to do was switch it and still go wide. But they're starting to come back through the corridor now, which is making it really dangerous. And when they go inside forward 50, they've got the whole forward 50 to work through.
They're looking for it.
Umpire back in the middle, another perfect bounce. As the crowd continues the John Denver singing. Now Will Ashcroft comes in, handball back to Lockie Neal. Inside 50, Hipwood. That is superb clearance work from the Lions. And a lead from Hipwood, beautifully honoured, and they celebrate in the middle. And they're up and about. Lockie Neal embraces Dane Zorko there.
The handball, though, from Ashcroft, Pricey, that's super quick. Didn't break stride. Lockie Neal with the options aplenty. Good lead from Hipwood. And hasn't he? He's just been probably the most improved player the last month.
Since he came back from that suspension. Hipwood prolific in front of goal. From 35 metres directly in front, Eric Hipwood, the left foot is no good. It's one behind. 3-5 plays 1-5. 23 plays 11. It's a 12-point margin. 24 gone, first term.
No flow in that run up there.
He leant back on it too, didn't he?
Never looked great runway, did he? McDonald will run beyond the goal mouth and kick a long ball in for the Demons. Gawn's the target and he takes the mark in a 2-on-2 pack, just defensive side of the wing.
Geez, that's a good mark.
Oh, he's strong.
He is a beauty. Big Max. He decides to slice off a chip pass here, marked by Oliver. Halfway on the outer side to where we sit. That's the Stanley Street side of the ground. Clary Oliver now with his right boot puts the Demons towards attacking 50. Petty to the front, takes the mark, a 2-grabber. 51 from home.
Their forwards are marking the ball. This is a good sign for Melbourne.
He's reading it well. He's jumping at it.
They're all of them. There's Petty, there's Turner, Van Rulen. They're all jumping for it.
So Starcevic is 50 from goal on the mark, and Petty is going back for a set shot. Slight angle to the right. He's not going for goal. Kicks it to a lead in the pocket. Van Rooyen's chest is there, and he doesn't break stride as it hits him on the yoke of the red and that famous playing strip.
Oh, that is a very tough shot from there.
It's a tough shot, yeah.
That's it. You'd rather it go long and have a chance, maybe just pull the kick a bit, go to the top of the square. But anyway.
He's right in the pocket on the boundary, Van Rooyen.
Probably kick it now.
17 goals for the season. Going for the right-footed banana near side. So much that he's missed everything. He has not scored from about 40 out, right side banana, out in the full. Lions lead by 2 goals.
Oh, you heard Acker say kick. That was because it was Dane Zorko. A 60-metre pass that hit left half back, went to Dunkley. He handballed it off to Connor McKenna. Oh, Ashcroft. Spoiled, and he's down.
He's all right. He's not knocked down. It's just...
No, it's Kai Lohman. It was the shock of blonde hair that I saw waving about. Boy, he got up, but that was a solid spoil and a solid hit. He chips it forward to Dunkley. Dunkley now plays on. Right foot towards the goal square. Danaher knocked out of it. Ball at ground level. Langdon with the dodgy handball. That's picked up by Lohman again from 30. He has a ping at goal. And it's wide again. 3-6-24 plays 1-5-11. A 13-point margin in favour of Brisbane. As
amazing goal there.
Quickly again.
There were memories of Q clashes past in different playing strips there with Stephen May. Not quite the notorious bump where he laid out Steph Martin all those years ago. But Loman's bouncing up and is back into it now. The D's have got the ball. Good transfer to Turner, left half back. Kick in field knocked off. Butt rode by Oliver Demons have got it. Hand pass to Rivers. Rivers with a 1-2 there with Woden. Rivers runs to 50. Kicks deep. That is a brilliant finish.
Oh, he ran too far.
Hold on. Hold on. No. He ran too far.
Oh, where's the sense of theatre?
Yeah, that was...
It's the Isaac Rankin moment. Done at the Gabba, not quite to the same effect. Anyway, free kick to Brisbane at centre half back. Zorko chips to Neil, runs on immediately, receives the hand pass, gives to Wilmot. He then boots it deep to full forward. Top of the pack. Is that a mark? Yep. A juggling mark taken by McInerney. 25 out directly in front. And what was looming as a great goal at one end. Now, a chance for the 12-point turnaround on the boot of the Big O.
He took off there too wide. He got down there, wanted to make Maxi run, and really good. He's done that the last few games, just getting forward, and he's having some shots on goal. He's really
he kicked 3 last week, so by doing the same thing.
McInerney, point-blank range. This to make it a 19-point advantage for Brisbane close to quarter time. Oh, dear. He has missed it to the left. Did I say point-blank range? Obviously. 14 points, the difference. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Yeah, looks like Kai Lohmann is going to go down for a head injury assessment. I was going to say I wouldn't have been surprised with that outcome because he absolutely pelted the ground when he came down.
Yeah, he did. I was worried about that, Jess. Thanks for that. As the Demons come towards the commentary wing. Well done by Petty. Loops a handball over to Turner. He's confronted. His kick was cut off there by Wilmot. Dangerous, aggressive kick, 45 degrees backwards. Hits Lock Neal under pressure from Pickett. He now retreats back inside defensive 50 to find Kalachi.
There they go. Again.
20-metre kick up the corridor to Berry. Back to Archie by hand. Now he rolls off towards the outer side of the ground. A left half forward. Charlie Cameron was held and broke away and took the chest mark anyway. 80 from goal. He kicks it in the Danaher direction. Fisted away from him. Now they've got a chance, the Demons. Neil Bullen confronted by Dunkley. He loses the ball. Reville couldn't pick it up for the Lions. Lever went back and did it. Handball to Windsor, cut off there by Charlie Cameron. He's playing well tonight, Charlie. He gathers the ball, gives it to Danaher from 50. Around the corner, Manise Wakefield tried to hack it out of mid-air. Lucky not to miss it completely. It went over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in about 40 metres out in the left forward pocket for the Lions.
What was he thinking? What about the steer like basketball, Whitey, just from Charlie Cameron? But they were out too, Melbourne, so this is cracking first quarter.
Only a couple of seconds left in it, Jason. Boundary throw in with Brisbane in attack. They'll need clean possession or a free kick. McInerney taps down, cleared by Langdon. That'll probably be it for the term. High ball to the wing, and indeed that is quarter time at the Gabba. 10 scoring shots to 6. Brisbane's lead is 14 points at 3-7-25 to 1-5-11. And I'm just thinking, particularly late in the term when Brisbane got a run on, costly set shot misses from Hipwood and McInerney. The D's have been far from poor, but
they butchered it.
I think Brisbane probably should be in front by a goal or two more, just off those poor set shot misses. Anyway, Charlie Cameron's got a couple of goals for Brisbane. Cam Rayner has the other. So Cameron 2, Rayner 1. They're your goal kickers for Brisbane. While for Melbourne, the only goal kicker is Keziah Pickett. So the inside 50s in that term. 13 inside 50s for Brisbane for 10 scores. 11 inside 50s for Melbourne for 6 scores. Brisbane 3 goals, 7-25, leading Melbourne's 1-5-11. Just one game in the National Rugby League tonight. That's Canterbury Bankstown taking on Cronulla Sutherland. The Bulldogs taking on the Sharks. It's 11 minutes in, and the Doggies lead that by 6-0. Green button on the ABC Listen app, where there's so much stuff about Wimbledon on the tennis button. Remember the AFL Extra button with the overlapping games coming this weekend, and the T20 World Cup final between India and South Africa come in the early hours of Sunday morning East Coast time, so late Saturday night over in the west. But quarter time here It's Brisbane 3-7-25, leading Melbourne 1-5-11. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Long kick towards half forward. Front position. Belted by Petty. And he didn't like it either, did Froggy Lester. Gets up and remonstrates. Going to be 50 metres. Lester from 55 puts it in a dangerous spot at the back. Rayner. That is a BLT. He comes in. Rayner pops it through.
Rivers near the boundary, turns infield, tries to banana from 45 out. No purchase to the goal line. Andrews in a one-on-one, claiming a mark against Turner. Turner says it was touched. Pickett comes in and applies the tackle and wins the free kick for Melbourne. Pickett from point-blank range provides his first of the night and the Demons' first score. Marked by Hipwood in the cricket pitch area. Hands it to Rayner. Training drill stuff down the corridor. Kick deep to the forward line. Out the back of the pack. Cameron Rhodes snaps and kicks his second. And gives a little rev for the old Charlie motorbike too.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Couple of goals for Cameron. And the Lions kicked 3 in an entertaining first term. Welcome back to the Gabba. My name is Quentin Hull. You're listening to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, where Brisbane lead Melbourne by 14 points. It's the Lions 3 goals, 7-25 to the Demons 1-5-11. Enjoying your messages coming through. Try and get to them when we can at appropriate points during the broadcast. The way to get in touch is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. Even a little story like this one. G'day, Q. I'm in Rocky on the way back to Brisbane, which is home for me, from Cairns. I'm in my truck listening to the commentary while parked up for the night. Although a long-time South Melbourne and Swan supporter, consider Brisbane my home team now. Just want to boo-hoo the score review system. To me, the goal umpires should have that last say. Score review is undermining the goal umpire's judgment. How long before the ground umpire's decisions are overridden by a video review? Love the ABC's coverage of footy. Cheers and a good call, Chris.
And Chris, give me one of those.
I don't think we'll hear it all the way from Rockhampton, but there you go. To all the truckies or anyone who's having a drive. School holidays, there might be people, driving around the place, coming home from or going on holidays. A couple here about the Stephen May hit on Kyle Lohmann.
Yeah.
Bill's texted, a late hit attempted. Spoils should be reportable, says Bill. An unnamed text here, does May get rubbed out for that high hit? I've only seen it to the naked eye, so...
it was...
I think the question
on the far
is
side,
whether he hit him in the head or whether Kyle Lohmann's head hit the ground.
I think he got him. There's a couple.
I think he spun him in the air. Then his head hit the ground, fell back. I think it was because there was another player coming from the front of Kyle Lohmann.
Well, the first thing I'd say Simon Goodwin will do is try and round up that spare, because everything else has actually been fantastic. The pressure's been great from both teams. They're slick, they're moving it well. They just missed a few shots there, Melbourne. But that said, if they can get on top of that spare, because if they don't, they'll destroy you all night.
Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, your experts on the numbers. Dane Zorko had 7 possessions for Brisbane, 6 for Leicester, 6 for McKenna, 6 for Starcevic. So
there's all
off
your back.
Half back.
There's all your backs.
Yeah, the chip mark stuff.
Yep.
Ashcroft had 6 possession in his first quarter back in footy off an ACL. Clary Oliver leading the way for Melbourne with 9 disposals, 7 for Van Rooyen, 7 for McDonald as well. Overall, Melbourne had 96 disposals to Brisbane's 84, but what about the marks? Yeah, Brisbane 34-16. There's that stat again, Jeff. We're seeing it. Brisbane with the chip mark through half-back. Inside 50s, Brisbane 13 to Melbourne 11. But Michael Price, the main stat, has Brisbane in front by 14 points at quarter time.
Perfect bounce to start the second quarter. McInerney against Gawn here, but it's towed off the deck by Pickett. Cut off by the Brisbane defence. It bounces back into the middle. It's contested ball. Dunkley can't quite get it out, and he wraps up Rivers, and the umpire's going to ball it up yet again. Quick throw. McInerney again over the top of Gawn here, but it drops at the feet of both, and Zorko gets involved, tangled up. Third go at it, Q. You want to have a crack?
Why not?
I really like Ozzy in the middle now. Good to see him back in there.
Usually you have 3 goes at the stoppage, but that one's clear. Out the back, Rivers. Melbourne have got it. That's a rush kick from Rivers from half back. It pitches out on the full, was it?
Yeah.
Far side to us. No, not out in the full, Jason. No attempt to keep the ball in play.
No, that's what I was about to say. But
yeah, free kick.
Looked like a missed kick, though.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah.
Leicester defensive side of the wing to take the free kick for Brisbane. Short pass marked by Dunkley, just forward of the logo. Marks before the late attention of Rivers. And here is Josh Dunkley, second year at the Lions, fourth in the best and fairest last year. He kicks from the wing to half forward, and Archie leads a pack of 3 leading Lions there to take the mark. There are a couple of others who could have caught that. 50 metres out, Archie doesn't go for goal. Kicks to Danaher. Spoiled away by McDonald in the goal mouth for the Demons. And a rush clearance gets them out of trouble. A high ball towards half back. Chandler's there to win the crumb for the Demons. Rides the tackle and gets away from Dunkley. His kick's not great to half forward. Fritsch picks up, hand passes to Viney, runs to centre half forward, kicks to full forward, and Van Rooyen's out the back to take the mark, despite the late attention from Andrews. And there the Demons got some corridor and are about to make the Lions pay.
That's when they get that spread. They get that movement. Great work from Chandler there to keep his feet. They had 2-on-1 out on the back flank there, but the contested possession that they won there in the goal square set that up.
Good transfer, good movement. They should kick this.
Straight in front, bread and butter stuff for key forwards. And young Van Rooyen pumps his fist as he slams the Sherrin through the major opening. Melbourne's second goal. They open the scoring in the second term. 2 minutes played. It's Brisbane 3-7-25, Melbourne 2-5-17.
Jeez, he had a spare man. Where did he come from?
Yeah, a spare man come off going inside forward into Brisbane's forward 50, then came back out. But Van Rooyen's hands tonight.
Yeah,
even all the forwards, Petty, Turner.
They'll be liking
great
that.
Targets.
I don't know if you remember coming up here and play, you get that extra moisture. You actually, the ball grip, the grip on the ball is far better than when you play down in Melbourne. It's so dry and that leather.
And you get that sweat as well.
Yeah.
Combined.
It's much easier to grab, fellas. Not that you would even know that there, Q, but it doesn't.
Well, that's why you're employed to tell us those things, Jason.
Exactly.
You are the expert commentator.
Am I employed?
Tonight you are.
To start with, anyway.
See how long you get.
Nearly 3 minutes gone, second quarter. And
hate tonight, Jace. Good on you.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Lions by 8 points. Gawn, decisive tap down to Viney. Off a step. It's straight up and down, though. Barely the distance. Froggy Lester comes out, takes a good defensive mark. Said it before, but boy, he's in good form at the latter stages of his career. Up the corridor, a little pass, finds Rayner. He flares it out just short of commentary wing. Oh, yeah. It's Starcevic. Kick to centre half forward is pinpoint. Finds Dunkley. Boy, that's close to 50. He was dragged down after taking the mark. And I reckon
that's a bad.
If the crowd were on a little bit more on the ball there, they could have coerced.
Well, you can't do that because he wasn't in the marking contest. He grabbed him and then.
Let's face it. I'm trying to be diplomatic. That was 50.
This will be top of the goal square. I reckon this is out of his range.
So Dunkley, he's starting inside the centre square. He'll have to kick this from 55.
His dad wouldn't kick it.
He pops it up. It's a high ball, top of the square, predictably. Danaher flies. The fist from Lever is through for a behind.
Clearance is in favour of Melbourne at the moment.
Yeah. 9 points the margin, 3-8-26, plays 2-5-17. The Lions lead, 4 gone, second term.
You're doing that well tonight, that spoil.
May with the short inbound. McVie is bustled off it by Rayner, and Hipwood rose to kick the goal from 20 metres out. Poor short inbound from the Demons. Made to McVie, and it was well met by Rayner, who spoiled it. And then Hipwood thought, wow, how easy to crumb and snap from 20 metres out. So Brisbane do get the goal. That's a 15-point lead for the locals. at 4 goals, 8.32 to 2.5.17.
Wow. He's onto that quick, weren't they?
They were. And, you know, when you're a coach, you say to your players, you're going to turn it over as far away as you can. Not there, but that's just a bad one. And a gift, an easy gift from the boys there at Melbourne defence, and I think Hipwood will happily take that one any day of the week, every day of the week.
But what was good to see there from Melbourne's point of view is that they all got over to Joe McPhee then, even though it was a great contest from Rayner. They all went over there. They understand that, you know, they're not there to fail. Lift his spirits up, get behind him. So good team spirit there from the D's.
Back into the middle of the Gabba. This one I'll call a draw between Gawn and McInerney. He's picked up by Sparrow. The left foot is good down the corridor. Strong mark from Alex Neil-Bullen. He wheels around onto the right foot immediately. Kicks it to the top of the goal square. Joyce versus Van Rooyen. Joyce got the fist away. It's roved by Andrews. Laconically, the handball over to Lester, then to McCluggage. 50 from goal. He chips one towards the leader in Logan Morris, but it's nicely fisted away from him by Jake Lieber.
I don't understand that, Pricey. That rule, that is as deliberate as you'll ever see, that just spoiling over. It's the only rule I think they need to fix as far as deliberate out of bounds.
Well, where could he hit it though?
Well, you've got to keep it in, go for the mark, or punch it back down the line.
Well, the throw-in's happening 80 metres from goal. Tap down to Viney. Viney kicks it inside 50. Contest happening. Boy, that's a good mark by Harris Andrews. He just out-positioned his opposite 31 in Bailey Fritsch. And in his 201st game, it's a aggressive kick to find Charlie Cameron, who's a long way back and helping out the defence.
This is forward to full back. Cameron in the corridor. Kicks wide to right half back. And Archie presents. Takes a good mark leading out in front of McDonald. Short chip pass to Zorko. Zorko, short chip pass to Cameron. There's Charlie Cameron again, centre half back.
That's what I like about Charlie. He's getting up the ground more and doing much more for the team.
Chips to Andrews. Here's the kick forward. It's marked by Starcevic on the wing. Good transfer from Brisbane again. Starcevic takes a moment before banging a deep ball to a 2-on-2 in the pocket. Rayner crashes the pack, can't mark. Dunkley does the roving. Hand pass to Hipwood in the pocket. It evades him. The ball rolls devilishly at his shins and out of play before he could retrieve. Boundary throw in. Brisbane lead by 50.
I love the way Brisbane move the ball. They just see that and they hit it, don't they? There's no hesitation whatsoever at the moment.
But Oscar again taking Gawn down there, nearly got that mark.
Lions by 15 points. The throw in the left forward pocket. Short throw in off hands. Rayner in front. Buffeted off it there by Muniz Wakefield. He got the handball away. Swollen by Chandler, kicked it now towards centre wing. And once again, Harris Andrews against Fritsch. Just got those big arms up and took the defensive mark. He handballs backwards to Joyce, the Irishman, inside 50. Hipwood tried his hardest. That's a great mark. Should have been paid.
It is.
Oh, it is. Thank goodness for that. It was Jake Lever who just floated back into the pack. He was looking quizzically at the umpire when the whistle didn't go, and he takes the mark at full back.
We watched him in the warm-up. He had some strapping on his knee in the warm-up, but took it off halfway through the warm-up, playing without it. So he's obviously pretty comfortable following that little tidy-up. Long kick to a pack, and Brisbane win it at ground level. McCluggage gets a hand pass to Dunkley. Dunkley back to McCluggage, hassled off it by Rivers. There's a wrestle away from the ball. You watch that, Pricey. I'll call the play. Rivers at half back. Hands it to Windsor, back to Rivers. Rivers hand pass turned over. Straight to Joyce. Fritsch makes the tackle. Play on near the boundary, and the ball ricochets out of play. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Jasper Fletcher's just been doing some run-throughs and a bit of stretching, so perhaps Kai Lohmann's HIA hasn't been successful. I haven't seen him come up yet from the race.
Okay, thanks. What was in that?
A little wrestle. Bailey Fritsch and Lockie Neal. Lockie Neal only the 5 disposals in the game so far. He's been closely marked. He's got Windsor for company now. Comes off hands of the rucks and several bodies collapse on it, so the umpire's going to ball it up commentary wing. The Vulture Street side of the Gabba. 9 minutes gone second term. The Lions 4-8 to the Demons 2-5. Game high 15-point margin. Off hands, Cozzy Pickett. Pace, skills. Gets away from Darcy Wilmot, who's got both as well. He chips it 20 metres forward. It's a good kick. Aggressive, and finds Viney. He kicks it to the right forward pocket. That's a beautiful kick to Van Rooyen. Placed it perfectly in front of him. Great set of mitts. He's on a very tight angle, but he's a good kick, this kid. 30 metres out.
He is. He moves well. They've got the whole forward line set up for him. The way he's executing his patterns to get out into space, I guarantee you tonight he'll get so many more looks the way he's presenting.
17 goals, 8 for the season for Van Rooyen. He lets go. That's a nice drop punt. His second, and the umpire did not move. His second goal. And the D's get a little closer. 4-8-32, plays 3-5-23. It's back to a 9-point margin. We played 10 minutes of the second quarter.
They're fired up. Like, you watch, they're pointing, they're giving instructions that stop plays. They're 15-6 clearance in front at the moment, Melbourne. They are dominating at the centre bounce and stoppages around the ground. That's giving them the drive. That is giving them those forward entries, and they're able to capitalise it on at the moment. But their structure around the stop plays is impressive.
And Jeff, Jeff, just tell us who's doing it in the absence of Petrarca. That's the storyline. We know that's the D's one wood, but without
Viney. Yeah, Viney, and then it was Cozzy. Sparrow with his hands. They've just been clean too.
Jeff White on ABC Sport. Centre bounce. Gorn taps down. It bounced, just evaded Oliver. So now it's on the deck and picked up by McCluggage of Brisbane. He's tackled by Oliver but shrugs the tackle. Gets free to kick towards attacking 50. Danaher leads out in front of Tomlinson to mark right on the blue paint of 50 at right half forward. And here is one of those Joe moments where you reckon he's more chance from here than 25 out straight in front.
And that's why you've got to love the 6-6-6 setup, don't you? You went out of the centre bounce, you get your structure right.
I would have kicked another 100 goals if they had that. There you go. Joey, great lead, but good from McCluggage, who was quiet that first quarter. 2 possessions, really good kick.
Man on the mark's 48 metres out. Danaher will launch from the best part of 53 metres. Journey, no problem. All 3 results possible. Out of bounds on the full is the result on this occasion. Free kick to Melbourne in the left back pocket. Jess on the boundary.
Kai Lohmann has passed his HIA and is back on the bench.
That's good news for the Brisbane Lions. Hit the deck pretty hard, did Kai Lohmann, the youngster. Now Jake Lever from the back pocket for Melbourne. Kicks it in the Petty direction. The outstretched arms. A great mark. Taken at half-back, at left half-back. He goes long down the line now. That's a good kick, and it finds Turner just forward of the Stanley Street wing on the outer side. Wheeling around onto his right foot, inside 50, it drops into the chest of Pickett. He just outpointed Starcevic there, gave him the run around. Starcevic was looking for body, and Pickett found the space, took the chest mark, and he's going to have a shot. He's not going to go back for the drop punt here. He's only 30 metres out, slight angle to the left. He's going to curl it around with the right foot. He plays on now. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you, Cozzy Pickett? That's his second as well. And the Demons move within 3 points. 4-8-32 plays 4-5-29. And we've played nearly 13 minutes of the second quarter.
The hands of the forwards.
Yeah, it doesn't.
They're leading up.
Pretty up here.
Yeah, they're leading up, and Turner, they're just... The problem that Melbourne's had is that a lot of them just jump together at the same time. They're having a lot split, and they're working in the synergies working really, really well, and that's spreading the defence, and then forcing Brisbane's backs to go one-on-one.
Even when Cozzy was in the midfield, he was still getting forward. He loves to kick a goal, but this set of bounce, they've been on the move, Melbourne. They look sharper and cleaner. So Brisbane now with Ashcroft and Berry and Lockie Neal in there, they've just got to be better.
I know it's been a rugby league week, kind of in footy heartland. I use a rugby league term. It's a broad term. But conversion. Conversion is keeping the D's in it, or
a centre bounce from
Brisbane out of it. Here's a centre clearance for the Demons. Viney out the front, chips it into attack. Target was Fritsch, tapped away from him by Fletcher, who is out there for the Lions. Roving is Neil Bullen. He gets a hand pass away to Oliver. Hands it to Fritsch. Fritsch snaps and puts the D's in front. Goal to Bailey Fritsch from 30 metres out.
Good pressure.
What about Fritsch on the number third? He's just so clever.
Yeah, pressure, coughed it up. Repeated efforts. Really good, Melbourne. That's what they're doing. Good tackle there on Harris Andrews. Forced a turnover, and they're playing better this quarter. They're getting reward for effort as well.
So Bailey Fritsch's first goal, and that puts Melbourne into the lead for the first time tonight. 5-5-35 to 4-8-32. 4 goals to 1 for the D's in this term. My apologies, that was Lohmann flashing by, not Fletcher. He's still not on the field as yet, but...
Again, too easy out of the middle. Melbourne just dominant. in there as Petty comes up into the ruck.
Their forwards and Tolstrup and Cozzy, and then the spread, that was Oliver who got the hands off the Bailey Fritsch, so his offensive run from the centre bounce was outstanding.
So you've got Van Rooyen in the ruck against Danaher. Both missed the ball. It was gathered by McCluggage, tackled by Sparrow. Umpire's going to come in and throw it up immediately. He does so. A little bit more crowded without the 666 restrictions. The ball falls at Oliver's feet. Enter Viney. Boy, he just crashes through, doesn't he? He let loose the ball, though. It's picked up by Will Ashcroft. Out of the pack, kicks it forward. Just tumbling back there. It was marked by McDonald, called to play on. His kick's an absolute mongrel to the outer wing. Nicely gathered there by Connor McKenna, though, against Tolstrup, and he takes it just short of the centre wing on the outer side. Now he's got Dunkley leading. Kicks it over his head. Tomlinson crashes that pack. Brings the ball down to ground level. Lions with a chance. It's so with the D's. Oliver barrels in there, as does Neil Bullen, and the umpire will ball it up 80 metres from the Brisbane goal.
He should have done better with that kick. He had Joey pushing out deep in the midfield in the centre and didn't use him.
He throws it up again, does the umpire. Smashed by Danaher, but towards the boundary line, and will go over the line. We'll get a throw in at right half forward.
I'm getting distracted by Fritsch and Andrews doing an aggressive tango about 100 metres away.
Pair of 31s.
Oh, he's going to give away a free kick here, Fritz. You can't do that, mate.
Well, Andrews was into him as well there, but I think the ump's just letting him muck around, Jace, until someone falls over. Danaher, clean possession from the throw-in right half forward for Brisbane. Hand pass out the back to McCluggage. Hands to Dunkley, hands to McKenna. Near the boundary, 60 out, chips it to full forward. Hipwood one piece, spoiled away by McDonald. Rode by Chandler, Demons out of trouble. Hands it on to Neil Bullen. Poor clearing kick, gathered by Starcevic, but he's tackled by Pickett. Hand pass comes free. Dunkley picks it up, hands it out the back to the wing where Joyce is there. Kicks infield and it's turned over. Chandler spoils the kick, taps it in front of him. Rumbles towards half forward for the D's. Lester's there in a time of need for Brisbane. Rides a tackle, wins the footy. Hands it to Wilmot. Wilmot to Joyce, tackled by Pickett. Joyce got rid of it just in time. Andrews is tackled by Chandler. The Demons living up to their name at the Gabba tonight. They are hot in the contest. Ball up 50 from Melbourne's goal.
Their tackling pressure is unbelievable at the moment. This is the best I've seen Melbourne tackle all year.
Umpire throws it up. Oh, that's a fly there by Van Rooyen. He slaps the ball down at ground level. It's in contested with Berry and Oliver. Berry wins this one. Got the handball away. Viney's tackle. That would have been welcome at the MCG on Wednesday night at Origin. That was a perfect tackle on McCluggage. Barreled him, ball and all. Umpire's going to throw it up now. Van Rooyen grabbed it out of the ruck. He lost it though. Berry picked it up, gave it back to McCluggage. He kicks it to centre wing. Tolstrup got rid of Kalarchi. Couldn't take the ball. Moniz Wakefield, he dived and he dived over the ball. Archie got him in the back, and the umpire's going to call rightly in the back. So Moniz Wakefield gets the free kick. He goes backwards towards May on the point of the centre square at right half back. Now he flares it outer side, a pinpoint kick to Tom McDonald in the middle of the ground. Then the opposite. He turns it over. Dunkley played on. Tolstrup tackled him, holding the agate. It's all happening in the middle of the Gabba here, and Melbourne get the free kick.
Their tackling is outstanding.
Silly. Why would you play on?
So Woden's got the free kick in the middle of the ground. Long ball from the bullseye to full forward. Starcevic punches the pack. Ball on ground level, kick clear by Leicester of Brisbane. Out to right half back. Tomlinson leads the race of the ball. He's got Morris for company. The boundary's too close. Out of play, boundary throw in.
They were out there. Good turnover and then just got tackled trying to play on. If there's no handball on, you've got to either go or go back behind the mark and then get a handball received going.
Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White are your experts. I've got a thought about the D's, Jeff, which I'll throw at you in a moment. Melbourne lead by 3 points. Boundary throw in, or Brisbane at the stoppage. Neil hands it out the back to Berry. Berry's hand pass not great. McCluggage under pressure. Knocked off it by Windsor. Kicked off the ground towards half forward. Andrews makes a tackle. Ball comes free. Picked up by Fritsch, 50 out. Kicked to full forward. Van Rooyen juggles thrice. Not paid. Chandler rose and dribbles it through anyway. Great finish from the left forward pocket. And the D's have kicked 4 in a row at the Gabba. 5 straight to 1-1 in this term for Melbourne, who trailed by 14 points at quarter time, but they lead now by 9 points 19.5 into the second term.
Having a good
Demons
quarter.
6-5-41 to the Lions 4-8-32. Now, Jeff, it's a very simple thought, but to me this looks like a collective that looks at... So, well, Christian Petrarca's not here, so we all got to step up.
But it's their pressure, Q.
Yeah, that's, you know.
That pressure, their tackling pressure. They're nailing the tackles first and foremost, but over there...
I haven't seen them collectively this good.
Tackles 12-4 in this quarter.
The best I've seen them tackle all year, but that pressure over there where there was an uncontested possession for Brisbane to win, and they fumbled it because they know the pressure's coming at them.
They are doing it on the bit this quarter. Lockie Neal's had one touch for the quarter as well.
Another clearance.
And Viney, their clearances are superb. It goes to our Oliver in the corridor. They're going to go through hands there. It was Woden's handball was discriminate. It was picked up by Chandler, back to McVee and into the 50. He's there again, Cozzy Pickett. 45 out. At a 45-degree angle to the right. He takes the mark in front of Leicester. And he has a chance to kick his third and the D's fifth in a row.
They're running in numbers too.
Just
as they
really
get that
sharp,
support.
Really sharp. Finding that spare player with very accurate.
Viney's had 7 touches and 5 clearances so far this quarter. Cozzy Pickett lopes in from 50. He strikes it nicely. That is beautiful. His third goal, and the D's extend their lead to 15 points, 7-5-47 to 4-8-32. 21 minutes gone to the second term, and it belongs to Melbourne so far.
So that stat again, Viney, 7 disposals, 7 contested possessions, 5 clearances, 5 inside 50s for the term alone, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think he has certainly been their best player this quarter. No doubt at half-time, Chris Fagan will be saying, everyone on that midfield, you've got to lift your game. You're getting well beaten, second to the ball. We're not getting on the move, and we're just second to the footy.
But what I love about what Melbourne's doing in the centre bounce, they're running different patterns. So they're setting up in different spots. That is creating a bit of confusion for Brisbane. They don't know where the receiver's coming from. They don't know where the hit zone's going to be. It's creating a lot of confusion for them.
Centre bounce, 5 goals in a row to Melbourne, and Gawn gets the clearance. He whacks a handball to half forward. Zorko applies a tackle to ensure that Chandler can't get free there, and it's going to be a ball up.
And then Gawn grounds out of the ruck and hand passes at 30 metres. So they're different options in the centre bounce here for Melbourne.
McInerney won that tap, but Oliver sharks it for the Demons. Hand pass is stolen by Bailey at half-back for Brisbane. Palms away from Gawn, hands it to Wilmot, hands it to Zorko, all under pressure, hands out to Leicester in space, but it's cleaned up very quickly, that space, by the oncoming Turner to apply a tackle and force a ball up. Melbourne at right half forward, Brisbane at left half back.
It's been a big turnaround this quarter. Off hands, Reville, handball to Bailey. He kicks it into the corridor. It's cut off there by Woden for the D's. Long kick inside 50. Big fly and big fist, Harris Andrews.
That should be deliberate,
now,
Acker.
he's thumped it 30 metres over the boundary line, and it will be a throw-in underneath the small scoreboard. It shows the D's leading by 15 points.
Taking the mark, and why would you do? What else is he going to do there? That's absolutely deliberate.
I agree. That's you grab that mark and it stops the momentum.
Throwing with the Demons inside attacking 50. Viney's tackled by Reville at the foot of the pack, so we'll have another stoppage.
What disappointed me before, if you're a Lions fan, is that Reville handball to Bailey. Just didn't hit the target, fumbles, kicks it off the ground. That's a poor sign.
McInerney beats Gawn for the tap. Viney, though, comes through. Had it, lost it. Neal steals it for Brisbane. Hand pass to Berry. The Lions are out. Rush kick from left half back. Devilish bounce over Lever's head, but Tomlinson's there for the D's. Wins it. Hands it back to Lever. Balks his way around Bailey. Gets tackled by Reville, holding it. Gawn. Not Max. Jake Lever.
Great tackle.
But he is GAW in there. Holding the ball. Reville gets the free kick at left half back for Brisbane.
Bruce with the cornrows. Oh, the kick is cut off beautifully by Oliver. Got in front of Bailey. Bailey moved. You got to stand in the place where you live, Zach Bailey. He just did not do what the umpire asked him. It's a 50-metre penalty. Clayton Oliver will be promoted to about 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Saying that's not 50, Clayton Oliver. That's why you're not in real estate, mate. But anyway, he's got the journey here. Silly error. This is errors. This is what's hurting the Lions. They aren't sharp enough. They're silly turnovers. They were out then.
Well, that was
just a poor option.
That was just not paying attention to detail. Clayton Oliver now his 13th disposal is a shot at goal. The Demons 15 points in front here. They've had a brilliant second term. Stuttering approach. He lets go. It's straight through the middle. He salutes and they get around Clary Oliver. It is now a 21-point margin in favour of the D's. 8-5-53 plays 4-8-32. 25 gone second quarter.
The positive of that is that Reveal, great tackle on Lever. Lever had a few options and didn't take any of them. But the ability for the Demons to actually get back on defence really quickly. This is what has unfolded over the last month or so, is when they've turned it over, sides have rebounded and their defence hasn't been there. That's where Oliver was able to intercept that mark then.
And Jace, just as we think Brisbane might be gaining some momentum this year, they concede one of those runs.
Yeah.
That's 6 in a row now for the Demons.
Yeah, that's and they've been accurate. I mean, they won
7
5 and now they're 8 goals 5. So they're taking full advantage. But anyway, Brisbane will come back.
7 straight to 1-1 in this term. Demons by 21 points. Centre bounce. Rivers taps it to himself cleverly to win the stoppage for Melbourne. Kicks the ball towards half forward. Pitches near McKenna. He can't kick it. Trying to kick it out of the air. Starcevic gathers for Brisbane. Hand pass intercepted by Rivers. Gave it on to Petty. Petty's tackled by Starcevic. Ball up.
Just sloppy handballs is what's really hurting Brisbane. They're just not.
This is with some of the pressure, though.
It is the pressure. That's all it is. Perceived and real.
Ball tossed up, left half forward for Melbourne. Gone with the tap down, but Neal roves it for Brisbane. Hands it to Zorko, clearance for the Lions. His kick is wide to right half forward, pitches in front of Tomlinson and Hipwood and bounces out of play. If you have just rejoined us or haven't been with us at all, Brisbane led by 14 points at quarter time, but since then, the Demons have kicked 7 straight to 1-1 in this term. It's Melbourne by 21 points, 26 and a half played second term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
The throw in on the outer side of the ground. Goes back to Berry, under a lot of pressure yet again. It's a high ball, gave McDonald a lot of time to read it in the air. He fisted it forward at ground level, picked up by Hipwood. Inside 50, Lux a fortune. Danaher playing in front of May. The kick was a tumbler and Joe took it down low, about 35, 40 metres out. But his right leg is only a couple of metres away from the boundary line.
Well, he learnt there, Joey. In the first quarter, May beat him to the ball and just better positioning. That said, this quarter, he's playing in front, and that's what happens if you're a forward. Those little quick kick forward, all of a sudden, you get a shot at goal. I tell you, though, if Joey does kick this is a very important goal because it starts to change the momentum of the quarter.
It's in his wheelhouse. He lets go from 50. The crowd let you know. Joe's put it through from almost the boundary line to bring the Lions back by another goal. 8-5-53 to Melbourne, 5-8-38 to the Lions. It's back to
other way around there, Bucky.
I have not seen the ball spin like that. Did you see that? It was actually spinning sort of almost on a 45-degree angle, the opposite way that it's supposed to as far as the left footer would kick it.
No, Pricey got the
score wrong.
You got the score wrong, yeah.
8-5 to 5-8. Thank you.
Yeah.
But see, it's a very rugby league kind of week in AFL Heartland, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Too many 5-8s in the vernacular throughout the week.
Exactly right. It's been a big week too.
And when you watch a replay, you're playing in front. You just never know. That's, it just come off the boot of Hipwood and Joey was in front. Great finish.
Easier angle, big hook, no score.
Yep.
Tougher angle, splits it.
Joe
Danaher.
Got to win this clearance, Q.
Joe Danaher, indeed. D's have dominated the clearances. They lead by 15 points at the stoppage. Oliver gets a hand pass through Rivers to Lever, back to Oliver. Out the back, they work it to get it to the hands of McDonald's. Got space to run back to the bullseye and kicks the Demons deep. Leading out, Petty got a hand, couldn't mark. Starcevic pinches his pocket. Kicks Brisbane clear for the time being, but only the time being. Pitches forward of the wing. Windsor picks it up for Melbourne. Chips back to half forward. On the head of Petty it was, and Zorko, no, it was on the head of Oliver. And Zorko smashed it away from him. Spoils it out of play for a boundary throw-in.
Poor kick.
His work rate tonight has been back to his best, Clayton Oliver.
Yeah. He's up to 15 disposals already, Whitey. 15 points the margin in favour of Melbourne. Throw in across half forward for them. Gone, the ruck work sublime. Got it down to Rivers. Off a step, he tumbled it inside 50. Front and square, Pickett. Roved, had a snap. Oh, you beauty. Cozzy Pickett
He's now got 4 before half-time, and that was as quick as a flash. 9-5-59, Whitey, to 5-8-38. It's 21 points the margin. Nearly 30 minutes gone of the second term. That was just lightning fast.
But let me set that stop play up from Max Gawn. For boundary throw-in, pushed McInerney under the ball, flipped it over the back, and
Rivers.
Outstanding to Rivers. And how he come off that side to actually straighten up, and then Cozzy with the finish. What a set play there from Melbourne.
Yeah, not really. That's just opportunist goal, but super goal too. Didn't have it for very long. Chucked it on the left slipper. Reminded me of myself, really, but that was just an amazing goal. Well done, Cozzy.
Ackermanis-esque from Keziah Pickett. 8 straight for the Demons in this term. Cozzy's got 4 for the game. Melbourne lead by 21 points, half an hour played. Still got 3.5 minutes of playing time left. In this second term, centre bounce, Gawn again. Taps down, but no way through for Sparrow. Wrapped up by Dunkley.
McInerney's got no answers to Gawn with the ruck work, tap work at the moment.
Tossed in the air, Oscar won that one. And it ricochets to Neil, who's tackled off it by Viney. And driven into the dirt. You've got to earn it in there at the moment if you're around Jack Viney. Another ball up.
He is as hard as a cat's head, Jack Viney. Absolutely brilliant in the clinches there. Off hands. McLuggage kicks it to half forward. The D's there in numbers. Fisted forward. McDonald burst through Archie. Got the handball over the top into the path of Windsor. Taken out of it there by Berry, and the ball spills over the boundary line in front of us here on the Vulture Street side of the ground. In the ABC commentary box, we'll get a throw in right in front.
That's where their spare is, Pricey. They're just that quick kick forward. They outnumber you by 1, and they're doing that better than Brisbane can stop it.
And they're sliding back really quick too, aren't they?
The D's by 21 points. 31 minutes gone to the second term. Long quarter, off hands, Viney. He missed it with his fist. It should have been illegal disposal. Play on. Crowd didn't like it. Chandler to Sparrow. Sparrow inside 50 with the left foot. It bounces awkwardly for Brisbane. Picked up by Petty. Handball missed Neil Bullen. Picked up there by McVie. Slung off it as he kicks it forward. Tolthorpe kicks it to the goal square. Van Rooyen. Oh, he curled it around. It was touched off the boot. Play on, said the umpire. And he's going to ball it up in the right forward pocket just next to the behind post. Well, that's a close run thing there. Van Rooyen looked like he was going to have a shot at goal from only metres out.
Unlucky there. They're looking dangerous though, those small forwards.
Ball up with Melbourne in attack near the behind post. It's out of play.
Out in the full, isn't it?
Did he kick it out in the full?
Out in the full.
McCluggage tried to toe it clear. I just, my angle wasn't kind with the line, but look at the ump and they said, yep, out on the full. Who's closest? Harry Petty. So Petty in the right forward pocket for Melbourne off the errant clearance from McCluggage. He's setting up, I think, for the left-footed snap punt from the right forward pocket.
He's been playing so well tonight.
Melbourne has not missed this term, Jace.
Yeah, might just happen here though, I reckon.
They've kicked 8 straight. Harry Petty! Near side for a point. Well called, Jason. 22 the lead from Melbourne at 9-6-60 to 5-8-38.
Only good players kick goals from that pocket. Multiple goals.
So the Lions taking their time bringing it back in. It's with Zorko. It's a long kick beyond half back, and it's off hands. It was Harris Andrews up high, pistoled it away. It's going to go over the boundary line and be a throw in. Left half forward for the D's, right half back for the Lions. The Gabba shell shock late in the second quarter, with Melbourne surging to a 22-point lead. Off the hands of Gawn, goes bouncing back into the hands of McInerney. The big fella kicks it to centre wing. McDonald tracking back, was spoiled by Archie. Archie at ground level grabbed the ball. McDonald tackled him. Umpire circles and says, no, I'll come in and throw it up.
As the perceived pressure, they had more time and space. That quick kick forward, it's not working. They should have been able to do better with that time.
McInerney almost clean possession, but fumbled it at the last moment. Stolen by Viney. What a turn from Jack Viney from the wing, kicks the middle of the ground. He was looking there for Windsor. Stolen by Berry. On the deck, kicked off the ground by Zorko. Rolls out towards the wing. Charlie Cameron leads the race, then runs over the ball. Neil Bullen picks it up. Zorko tackles him. And the umpire says, ball up.
It was a good foot race, good one-on-one. Geez, there's been some great one-on-ones tonight.
A bit stiff not to get a holding the ball decision there too, Zor.
That was holding the ball.
Melbourne 9-6-60. Brisbane 5-8-38. 38. Rayner from the stoppage is tackled by Windsor, and the ump says we'll have another ball up.
Tackling sublime there by Windsor as well, yeah. Viney, 8 disposals, all contested, and 6 clearances in this second term.
If Brisbane can get a goal late in this quarter, it'll be very handy going to half-time.
Definitely need it, 22 points down as it comes off the ruckman's hands. McGluggage knocked off it yet again. He hasn't had the greatest night, but it's going to be a free kick. It's going to come back there to Josh Dunkley. Had 6 touches in this quarter. Wheels around, the right foot kicks it into the pocket. Lohman in the front position. It went through hands at ground level. Charlie Cameron, he took him on. That's holding the agate.
Yeah.
Tried to run through 3 of them.
Good that he was front and centre though. You want him there as a small forward. You want him in that position.
Stephen May
get on his boot.
He's going to get the free kick. Stephen May in the right back pocket for the D's.
The Demons, who trailed by 14 points at quarter time but currently lead by 22. May with the exiting kick, but Dunkley marks for Brisbane in the pack. Kick and a half from goal. He'll set them back forward. Kicks to the pocket, back towards May and others there. Ricochets away from the pack. Neil Bullen, though, wins the crumb to kick clear from Melbourne. Rush ball to the wing. Joyce and Van Rooyen battle. Ball goes to ground level. Berry tries to keep it in. Does, then gets gang tackled by Tolstrup and Chandler over the boundary line. And another throw-in will take place.
Just got to handle this second half pressure, the Lions. They've just got to be able to absorb it because it won't last. It never does, but they're just hanging in there at the moment.
Demons have been outstanding in this term, led by former skipper Jack Viney. Here's Gawn, front of the pack. Couldn't control it, but got it to Windsor. Toad kick to Tolstrup onto Neil Bullen. Rush kick from half back to the wing, and Van Rooyen juggles and marks.
20 seconds.
He was stuck in the contest there with Dara Joyce. Right on halfway. I think time's going to beat him, Jace. Unless there's a big mark here and a big torp after it. Well, there's the mark. Harry Petty's marked it. And the man on the mark is 55 out.
I remember David Neitz kicking one from similar position.
I remember
back in the day.
Daniel Bradshaw, in his brief stint at Sydney, kicked a ripper at the SCG from this range. But it'll take one of Harrison Petty's best in what has been an awesome term for the Demons. 60 out, he gets it high. It is long. It is to the right for a point. He got the journey. He just missed it. Only a couple of metres to the right-hand side. And 23 points is the margin at half-time in favour of Melbourne. Arguably one of the Demons' best half hours of 2024. Melbourne 9 goals, 7-61 lead Brisbane 5-8-38. A 23-point lead for Melbourne after it was a Brisbane lead of 14 points at quarter time. So with that behind there to Petty, what did it end up? It was 8 goals 2. 8 goals 2 to Brisbane's 2-1 in that term. Cozzy has half of them. He's got 4. Van Rooyen has 2. And, well, half of them. 4 of the 9 to Pickett. 4 of the 9 to Pickett, 2 to Van Rooyen, and the 3 singles to Oliver, Fritsch and Chandler, while for Brisbane, Charlie Cameron's got 2 goals, and the singles to Danaher, Rayner, Hipwood, and that's correct weight. Melbourne 9-7, 61, Brisbane 5-8, 38. How did that happen? Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis.
Well, what happened was the pressure, it just kept coming and the Lions didn't deal with it. In fact, they were just not clean enough where Melbourne were. And credit to them, everywhere across the park they made you earn it. So much so that the Brisbane perceived in their mentality was they were even under pressure. And their quick kicks forward, coughed it up. That said, you've got to give credit to the ability of the Melbourne forwards. They have been fantastic. Their movement, they are outside of the midfielders who are dominating and did there thanks to Max Gawn. But there's their midfielders that were on the move that did the started that real run. But, of course, if you've got forwards clunking the marks and you've got Cozzy Pickett's got 4 to half-time, it's just pretty to watch if you're a Demons fan.
Well, it starts with the source, doesn't it? And not only ability to win it in and under from Melbourne, but also when Brisbane's got the ball, they're tackling and they're sticking their tacklers. They're not letting the ball get out. A lot of clubs these days are trying to lift their arms, get that receive out. Nah, it's not getting out from Brisbane's perspective. And So the ability then, once they win the ball, the forwards are pressing up. They're not allowing the Brisbane backs to zone off. Harris Andrews I think he's only taken one intercept mark tonight, probably, but probably not even that.
Super accurate.
So they're not creating each other's space. They're actually spreading the field, and then they're taking their contested marks. Then they're wheeling and going, and then their ability to not only defend but also attack.
Yeah, super clean.
Super clean. So it's been an outstanding first half from Melbourne. But as you said, Akka, it takes a lot of energy to do this. A lot of work rate. So that's no doubt what Brisbane's saying at half-time. Hey, this is a lot of work rate they're putting in, and they're only 20 points up.
Jack Viney, 8 disposals, all of them contested, 7 kicks, 6 clearances, 5 inside 50s, 5 score involvements for the quarter. I'll repeat that. 8 disposals for the term for Viney, of which all were contested possessions, of which 6 of the 8 were clearances, of which 5 of the 8 he put inside 50, of which all 5 resulted in scores for Melbourne.
Incredible start. And I said that through the second quarter. It's the best tackling performance I've seen from Melbourne in a number of years. Their pressure, the stick to tackles, and then their work rate to spread. The amount of times I've seen Oliver in that centre bounce, then he's inside forward 50 affecting the contest.
Great to watch. Lions got some work to do because Melbourne, if they keep bringing that pressure, are going to be very hard to beat. That said, this is a much more improved Melbourne, certainly from the last couple of weeks. The Lions have had a good stretch, but this is really going to test them at home.
Thanks, Jace. Yeah, it's been a good game of footy to call and to watch. I hope you're enjoying it with us. The number to get in touch on the SMS is 0437 774 774. Footy was so hot. Didn't get too many texts through the call, but they're coming in. Thank you. G'day to Kylie from Daysdale, who's enjoying another excellent call of Friday night footy. Berkey from Bannister in WA. Expert comments from legends like J8 make the AFL wireless broadcast so worth listening to. Thanks, Zaka. From Berkey.
Thanks, Berkey.
What else have we got here?
What about JW?
JW, yeah, exactly. Come on, Berkey. Where's the love for Whitey? The River watching crew. We're getting the call here, loud and clear in Echuca. A couple of fizzy drinks around the fire.
I love it.
From the River watching crew.
Good golf there.
Bill says the Lions contest is not good, but multiple holding the balls against the D's not paid.
That's true.
Yeah. The one thing that flashed through my mind, which it's such a good game of footy, I don't really want to go there, but the confusion around holding the ball, which we had a month ago, is now the confusion about where the mark is. Where to stand, what to do. We've had a couple of those, 50-metre penalties in big games and so forth.
The big grey area...
And there was one that wasn't paid.
Yeah, there wasn't one paid.
When Dunkley, yeah.
The grey area is when player takes the mark, but the player comes from the defensive side to go the offset.
How
goes past the stand.
It is a very fine line if there is no direct opponent to the player taking the mark, for the said defender to then find his way to the mark within the laws of the game.
But comes past the player with the ball, then he calls it a 50-metre penalty. Or, and I saw this a lot last week in one of the games, the players stand off. They just go, they don't even stand on the mark. They stay away. So there is a grey area in that area. But I agree, with the defender that comes where the player's got the mark, he's not going to impede. He's just going on the mark.
And as much as I can see what the game is trying to do with the stand rule, the thing is, now that they're so hot on if you do not stand in the exact spot, you get pinged. There's so much noise. The umpires are trying to communicate. Players are rushing in. They're standing literally 1.5 metres away from the spot and are being pinged 100 for it.
Yep.
So and that's... The officiating of it is okay, but I empathise with the fans and just generally watching the game. It makes it. We're asking for very particular parts of the game to be followed, aren't we, these days?
Yeah.
When there's so much pressure on and guys are working under fatigue, and it's hard to hear the umpires.
Well, one resulted in goal already in that second quarter of Clayton Oliver.
Yes.
Anyway, penalty inside forward.
The game's been so good that we don't really need to nitpick there, but it is it's one of the issues that continues to bubble throughout this 2024 season. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch. In the National Rugby League tonight, the two Hyphens going at it. Canterbury Bankstown against Cronulla Sutherland. The Bulldogs against the Sharks. It's halftime. Doggies 12. Lead the Sharks 6. Here, halftime. Demons by 23 points. Cracking Friday night footy game. Hope you're enjoying it with us on ABC Sport. We'll be back at the Gabba after the latest from the newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The US President Joe Biden's allies have reiterated their support for him as a candidate amid concerns about his performance in the first pre-election debate. Mr. Biden stumbled a few times, and roughly midway through the debate, his campaign told reporters the president was battling a cold. Fact-checkers say Donald Trump also made more false claims than Mr. Biden, and he also dodged questions about whether he'd accept the outcome of November's election. California Governor Gavin Newsom's come to Mr. Biden's defence and says he'll never turn his back on the president.
I think he's delivered for the American people. He's laid out an economic plan, he's laid out a vision for the future, and he delivered on substance. Donald Trump was a disaster tonight because he couldn't.
Research shows nearly two-thirds of aged care homes are failing to meet mandated levels of direct care, with metropolitan facilities performing the worst. The UTS Ageing Research Collaborative report found there's been significant non-compliance since the recent Royal Commission into aged care providers. Professor of Health Economics at UTS, Michael Woods, says metropolitan compliance rates came in as a surprise to researchers.
Although we had expected that the workforce issues would be greatest in sort of rural and remote Australia, in fact it was in metropolitan areas and the large provincial towns where there was least compliance.
Australia's competition watchdog says people who live in apartments don't have enough choice when it comes to essential services like electricity. Residents of apartments and other multi-dwelling properties are often served by embedded or private networks overseen by a body corporate. In its latest electricity report, the ACCC says those residents face less choice when it comes to selecting an electricity provider and often have difficulty changing their providers. It's calling on governments to introduce greater transparency. The Federal Treasurer says his decision to approve a merger between ANZ Bank and Suncorp follows a long and thorough process. Last week, Queensland's Parliament changed laws to allow the deal to proceed, and Jim Chalmers says his approval comes after nearly 2 years of scrutiny and input from key stakeholders, including the Finance Sector Union. He says it wouldn't be in the national interest to prohibit the multi-billion-dollar transaction.
I took very seriously the competition concerns raised initially by the ACCC, but the Australian Competition Tribunal ultimately concluded that the deal would not be likely to have the effect of substantially lessening competition.
Victoria's state government says hospitals are yet to finalise their budgets, despite reports some are urging their staff to turn off the lights to save money. In a letter seen by the ABC, Alfred Health has told its staff it has an action plan to bridge the budget gap. It's asking staff to review supply contracts, reduce transport costs and switch the lights off when they leave a room. But Health Minister in Victoria, Mary-Ann Thomas, says negotiations are continuing and no decisions have been made.
There are conversations happening right now as part of the budget setting process between my department and our health services. No agreements have been reached. There's no finalisation of any of those budgets right now.
The Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance has condemned Nine Entertainment's decision to cut 200 workers. The union says the cuts to publishing, news and current affairs will diminish the organisation's ability to provide quality journalism. Nine blames economic headwinds for the decision. The Alliance's acting media director, Michelle Ray, says the job cuts are part of an industry-wide trend.
This cost savings we're seeing not just at Nine Publishing, but also the Seven Network and also News Corp. All of the news outlets are looking at cost cuttings. And again, it just shouldn't be at the cost of editorial.
Hundreds of ultra-Orthodox Jewish men have temporarily blocked a major highway in central Israel for 2 hours in protest at new mandatory military service orders. The Supreme Court ruling seeks to overturn a long-standing practice under which Jewish seminary students are exempt from conscription. The decision could destabilise the government, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition reliant on religiously conservative parties that oppose the move. A grand jury in Texas has issued indictments for 2 law enforcement officers over the police response to a mass shooting at a public school in Uvalde in 2022. The attack claimed the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers. Local media says former police chief Pedro Arredondo and Officer Adrian Gonzalez have been indicted. Police were criticised for their response after officers left the gunman alone inside a classroom for more than an hour. ABC News.
Tennis goes all year, and now so do we. Join me, Catherine Murphy, every Friday on the ABC Tennis podcast. I'll be joined by former players John Millman and John Alexander.
Well done, J.A. You picked the winner.
We'll bring you up to date on all the big stories, as well as how the Aussies are faring on the tour. You'll find the ABC Tennis podcast on the ABC Listen app every Friday, with bonus episodes available during Grand Slams.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
May with a good inbound. McVie is bustled off it by Rayner, and Hipwood rose to kick the goal from 20 metres out. Poor short inbound from the Demons.
Cozzy Pickett, pace, skills, gets away from Darcy Wilmot, who's got both as well. He chips it 20 metres forward. It's a good kick. Aggressive and finds Viney. He kicks it to the right forward pocket. That's a beautiful kick to Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen, he lets go. That's a nice drop punt. He's second, and the umpire did not move.
Ball comes free, picked up by Fritsch, 50 out, kicked the full forward. Van Rooyen juggles thrice, not paid. Chandler rose and dribbles it through anyway. Great finish from the left forward pocket. And the D's have kicked 4 in a row at the Gabba.
Throw in across, half ball for them. Al Gorn, the ruckworks are blind. Got it down to Rivers. Off a step, he tumbled it inside 50. Front and square, Pickett. Rowe had a snap. Oh, you beauty. Cozzy Pickett. He's now got 4 before half-time, and that was as quick as a flash.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Friday night footy at the Gabba, and the Demons, with one of their best quarters of the season, hold a 23-point lead at half-time. Welcome back, Quentin Harlan, the team just digesting that amazing term of football from the Demons. 8 goals 2 to Brisbane's 2 goals 1 in that term, to overturn a 14-point deficit at quarter time, to lead by 23 points at the main break. And it's Cozzy Pickett who's got 4 goals to lead all comers in front of the sticks for the Demons. Just a reminder that we're back to that point of the year where we've got 9 games across the weekend, so there's overlap fixtures. And indeed, the ABC Listen app has all of the games covered for you. So, for example, tomorrow, where we have a couple of double-ups, Swans v Dockers at the same time that the Roos are playing the Doggies. Well, if it's the game that you want, not on the AFL button, try the AFL Extra button, vice versa. And then same in the evening when there's a couple of games crossing over, Crows, Giants, Cats, Bombers, AFL and the AFL Extra button. We've got all the calls for you. So that's one way to ensure you can stay across this busy footy period with just the 3 days of games and the full fixture being played. And, of course, the Listen app, the home of the T20 World Cup final between India and South Africa in the early hours of Sunday morning, East Coast time, late Saturday night, depending on what you term late Saturday night and early Sunday morning. If you're in the East Coast, it's technically Sunday morning. Out in the West, it's late Saturday night. And great news continuing to let you know that Wimbledon's on the Listen app and on digital radio starting on Monday with our friend from the BBC. Great that we could bring the sounds of the championships to you here on the national broadcaster. On the SMS, the number to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Fran from Melbourne, one of our great favourites, enjoying the call, hoping that Fagan's boys get the win. There's some interesting texts about the umpiring, which I won't go into, but
they missed a few, Q. They missed 5 there.
I mean, Simon and Sean text from the York Peninsula. I'll give this one. Great call, entertaining game. The rule changes are ridiculous and ruining the game we know and love. Fantastic expert commentary from JW and the evergreen JA. Always enjoyed the skills. Yeah, as we get to the pointy end of the season, I think the conversation between the league and the umpires and the fans is becoming more jumbled than ever, and this is not a blight on the umpires at all. I just think that there is what they did with holding the ball was excellent, but now there's a few things which are being really confusing, particularly around 50-metre penalties and standing the mark and all of those kinds of things. I reckon that's going to be the hot button issue in big games as we get to the back end of the season. 0437 774 774. Ex-umpire from WA texts, by the way. Footy is getting more difficult to umpire, resulting in crucial mistakes, resulting in goals. Inconsistency in interpretation is ruining the game. Get rid of the stand rule. One of the reasons I gave up umpiring 20 years, I gave away umpiring after 20 years at community level. That's an ex-umpire from WA. Okay, well that's a part of the storyline, but we've got two seasons which are really are in really interesting scenarios. As the second half's about to get underway, Dane Zorko's had 13 for Brisbane, Josh Dunkley 13. They're the leaders for the Lions, but it's the Demons off the back of Oliver, Rivers and Viney. 15 for Oliver, 13 for Rivers, 13 for Viney. Disposals, Melbourne leading the way there by 22 at 181 to 159. Inside 50s, Melbourne plus 3 at 20, plus 5 at 28 to 23. And the contested possessions, D's 84, Lions 60, plus 24 for the Demons.
Wow. Wow. That's a damning stat so far. Can the Lions respond? I think I can't see them beating Melbourne if this continues. That is for sure.
They've got to get more numbers of the contest. They're getting outnumbered at the contest every single time, Brisbane. So the work rate for Melbourne is elite.
These guys in blue and red, who are the guys that went to the red centre? Because these guys ain't them.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Different team.
Spot on.
That's the AFL, though. You've got to bring it every week.
37-point margin, or turnaround, I should say, from the first quarter through to half-time. The D's really turned it around in that second term. Clearance goes with Brisbane. It's taken by Lohmann. He's tackled. Umpire's going to ball it up immediately. Throws it up quickly. Gawn gets this down. Handball goes backwards now. Viney go over to Rivers. He kicks it just inside 50. It's a holding free kick, is it? Yes, it is. It's going to go to Harris Andrews against Bailey Fritsch, and that's been a nice physical battle between the two number 31s. Harris Andrews will take the free kick. He leans back on it now a little bit, comes out to right half back to find Josh Dunkley.
He's played well tonight.
Right half back, he traverses the arc of 50 to find Zorko. Now he wants to play on the Zork and does. Flares it out to the opposite side of the ground. Starcevic at the point of the centre square. Now Hipwood just beyond centre wing on the outer side. His left foot kick is low. A sizzling worm burner picked up there by Danaher. A wild handball forward cut off by McVie. His handball back in forward to Lever. Then it comes back out now. Another chance to McVie. Couple of bounces. Handball over the top. It goes through hands of Windsor. Over to Turner. He loses it, then has time to pick it up. Get it back into McVie, who kept running to the wing. Beautiful running from McVie. Handball over to Viney. Viney to Tolstrup. Tolstrup from 70 out. And he tried to thread the pass to Fritsch. Kicked it out of bounds on the fall. But it might be a down the field free kick. It was. Tolstrup was dealt with, and there's plenty going on, and Zorko's the main target with Clayton Oliver wrestling in behind the play. I'll look at the replay. Zorko, it wasn't well, it was late. Simple as that. It was down the ground. It's going to be a free kick to the D's.
That is silly from Dane Zorko.
Yeah.
Fritsch, 40 out, curls it around, one behind, but it was silly from Zorko. It was a down the field free kick.
Even if it's late, like you just don't touch it.
So
9-8-62 to
5-8-38.
5-8-38, yep. Demons by 24 points. Brisbane with the inbound gets it to right half back. Danaher marks, bullet pass to the wing. Bailey couldn't mark under pressure from McDonald. Ball on the deck. Neil Bullen foraging there to keep it locked in. And we'll see it. No, that wasn't Neil Bullen. That was the first gamer. Monez Wakefield gets up last.
The other hyphen.
Yeah. Gawn and McInerney tangle. Wilmot rows the pack, kicks it out in the full. with a rush right boot from the Brisbane man at ground level. So free kick will go the way of McDonald.
Have a bit more care, Brisbane. When they win that, they've got to actually use their hands like Melbourne's doing.
Defensive side of the wing for Tom McDonald. Kicks it to left half forward. Gone at the front. Andrews makes the spoil. Oliver Rose for Melbourne. Hands it to Pickett. Immediately wrapped up by the Corn Road Reveal. And driven into the deck. No prior. Ball up.
Silly. But Brisbane need to just be a bit sharper in the contest.
It's an even 4-goal lead to the D's. Off hands there. Oliver at ground level. Got it back to Gawn. He couldn't pick it up. Reveal could. Handball now to Neal. Did a circle away from Rivers. He did well. McLuggage tight roping the boundary line. It was a nice pass to Lohman, but a really, really good spoil coming there from Taj Woden.
That wasn't a spoil. He just dropped that. Plum dropped it.
Oh, geez, you take the theatre away from it, Acker.
That's the stuff we need to see from them. They're just dropping easy marks with just a hair of pressure.
He's harsh, but he's fair. He's Jason Ackermanis here on ABC Sport. Throw in right in front of us. Reveal. Got it back to Dunkley. Dunkley tried to measure a pass. That was a bit of a spoil there, Acker, but it was a free kick against McDonald there. Danaher. He got it. He played on long kick inside 50. Off hands, it's Rove there by Oliver. His high ball. Tolstrup did well against Danaher. Brought it to ground. Danaher handball back to Starcevic. Belted as he kicked it inside 50. It bounces over the boundary line, 45 out.
Now that is downfield.
Let's have a look on the replay. Cozzy, I reckon it was simultaneous.
Yeah.
So,
just
boundary throw in. Brisbane in attack, 40 metres from the Lions' goal. Gawn and McInerney neither with a telling touch, but Gawn comes through, rumbles it towards Oliver. He's squashed, lost it. Picked up by Cameron of Brisbane, snapped to the goal mouth. Lever can't handle it, neither can Hipwood. Hipwood kicks it off the ground and Lever rushes it through for a point. Great right foot off the deck from Hipwood on the angle. But Lever was there in the goal mouth to usher it through for a behind.
Outstanding.
9-8-62 plays 5-9-39.
Well, they are playing better. They've come out and they're matching their pressure, Brisbane.
It's back to that 23-point margin. Tomlinson now. That's a long ball just short of centre wing on the outer side. Off hands. It's rowed by Leicester. His handball semi-cut off. Joyce went in and won it back for Brisbane and then lost it. Petty did well. Handball to Viney. Under pressure, he tumbles it to right half forward. At ground level, it's nicely picked up by Dunkley. His handball backwards to Starcevic, put him under pressure. He gets it forward now. It's with Joyce. Long kick in the Danaher direction. Fisted away from him. When his Wakefield did well. Got it off to Sparrow. His handball's nice to Windsor as well. Traversing the boundary line inside 50. Pickett met Starcevic. Wanted a free kick, and at ground level now they compete. Starcevic gathers, did well. Handball back to Reveal in the goal square. Under pressure, he found Locke Neal. Still inside defensive 50. He's got not a lot to kick to. Cameron presents. Punched by Stephen Maid back towards the boundary line. Rode by Neal. Under pressure. He got the handball away to Charlie Cameron. He was over the boundary line when he kicked it. It's going to come all the way back to where the arc meets the boundary line at left half forward for the D's. It's going to be a throw-in.
Bereft of options there for Lockie Neal.
And how good was Stephen May?
Stephen May to press up and
followed Charlie Cameron all the way upfield.
Just outnumbering at the contest.
They were out if he didn't make that spoil, Jeff.
Yep.
Great play from May to keep it in the forward half. No clearance from the throw-in. So a secondary stoppage at left half forward for Melbourne. Right half back for Brisbane. Early stages, third term on ABC Sport. Gawn taps, attacking side, but no Rover. Bailey picks it up for Brisbane. Rush kick to the wing. May's there to mark for Melbourne.
Free kick.
Shepherded out. I think that was against Tomlin.
They're out here.
Free kick to Hipwood. Plays on quickly. There are three Lions to choose from in the forward line. Danaher drops a chest mark. Falls over. Snookers it off the ground. In a goal that only Danaher could kick.
Oh, my goodness.
That was more funny than effective. But it's 6 much-needed points for the Lions. Danaher's second. And I reckon he is probably the only guy that could kick a goal like that. Or maybe an old demon like Mark Jacko Jackson could kick a goal like that.
How do you be that far free running forward? You drop a sitter, you've got two blokes in front of you, then you fall over, then you're like, well, I'll just get it forward to one of these two blokes you had, Boris and Kai Lohman, and he ends up kicking the goal.
Well, this is what they're talking about. One of the umpires has called a mark, and the other umpire in the middle has called a shepherd.
Yeah. This was on the May Hipwood contest.
And that's why they had two running forward by themselves, because of the miscommunication.
And it was there. Don't worry, that was a free kick.
Yeah, but if one umpire calls a mark and the other umpire calls a shepherd,
what are you supposed to do?
What are you supposed to do?
It's a 17-point margin now in favour of the D's. The clearance now with Lockneil. Handball backwards to Ashcroft. Sold the dummy. Did Will Ashcroft. Kicked it long inside 50. Big Pack fisted it to ground level. Well done by Neil Bullen, who got there first, and that's an aggressive kick up the corridor to find Langdon. His handball equally aggressive to Sparrow. Now to Oliver, straight up the guts, the D's. Back to Sparrow, under pressure inside 50. It's going to work. Dropping back there, Turner. Daniel Turner goes back, takes the mark. 25 metres out directly in front, and that's scintillating from the Demons.
Well, that's what you don't need if you're a Brisbane fan. You don't need them coming back and just matching and kicking another goal. That's it, he could miss it. But the Lions are just hanging in there. Melbourne are playing too good a footy.
I love his work rate. That's back to his best.
Oliver and Sparrow through the middle. So Daniel Turner. Slight angle to the right. Makes no mistake. Extends the Demons' lead now. Back to that 23-point margin. 10-8-68 to 6-9-45. And we played 9.5. The third term on ABC Sport. Michael Price, Quentin Hull, Jeff White and Jason Ackerman.
Sorry, Price. It goes back to that structure that they've done their homework in relation to making sure that they've got this spread. They're not congested to one another. They've got half forwards coming up, creating space over the back. But they're not allowing the Brisbane defenders to zone off. Yeah. Going inside forward 50 there. In the past, it was congested. Guys flying for the marks, 2, 3. Turner's going inside forward 50, one-on-one.
That's a poor kick from Ashcroft. Just put it on his head. 3 against 1. He goes out. Bullen's out there by himself. So they're just working harder. They're finding space. That's why they're in front, Melbourne.
23 points, the half-time lead, is where we placed 1-1 apiece in this second half so far. Centre bounce spews towards attacking 50 for Brisbane. No telling kick among it.
Dropped it.
And, over the top of it was Moniz Wakefield. Didn't get rid of it. Free kick Archie. Kicks deep to full forward for Brisbane. Bouncing ball near the boundary line. Kept in by Morris. Neil Bullen is tackling Cameron to force a neutral. We'll have a ball up in the right forward pocket for Brisbane.
Got to hit the targets going forward, Q. That's what's killing him at the moment.
10.5, third term. Melbourne by 23. Van Rooyen taps down to Oliver. Doesn't concede properly. Pinched by Archie, but his angle is too acute. He kicks a point, and the margin is 22 at 6-10-46 to 10-8-68.
Why did he pick it up? He should just kick it off the ground. He had time to do that. Anyway, strange.
So now the Demons to bring the ball back in. May just sauntered out of the goal square. That's a beautiful long kick. The shorter centre wing out of sight. It's nicely taken there by Dara Joyce. Just forward of the wing. He plays on. Long one inside 50. Nudged underneath it and roving. Here comes Bruce Revell. Gathered. Tackled there by Moniz Wakefield. That should be holding the ball, and it is.
What a great tackle from the first gamer.
He put the big sidestep on, and Moniz Wakefield followed him. He'll take the free kick in the left back pocket. Jess Stewart's on the boundary.
Jasper Fletcher has been substituted on for Logan Morris. Not sure if it's a tactical sub at the moment.
Thanks, Jess. Clearance for the Demons. Off the deck, rove by Fritsch at half back. Hands it to Van Rooyen, who hands it on to Turner. Kicks to a vacant forward line. Pickett's chasing after it. Gathers it near the boundary. 50 out. Cozzy wheels inboard. Hits Langdon. Right on the chest. 30 metres out. Directly in front.
And Starcevic played him really well then. He knew he didn't have the foot speed with him. But for Cozzy to come around and then have the poise And great lead from Langdon coming inside forward 50.
He hasn't had a lot of the footy, Langdon, but he does work hard. He's one of their real key runners. That said, they're all running well at the moment. They're hitting the targets. That's the difference. Melbourne go forward, they've got an option and they hit it. Brisbane, they're just kicking on their head or they're missing the targets.
This for a game-high lead for the Demons. They currently lead by 22 points. Langdon slight angle left, 40 metres out. Right foot drop punt is a shank off the inside of the boot. He's missed it to the left for a behind. 23 the margin at 10-9, 69 to 6-10, 46.
So the ball's been brought back in quickly.
Again, missed target.
Just missed that target, and Zach Bailey was the intended target. The ball just kept rolling and rolling and rolling in front of he and Chandler and went out of bounds. At left half back for the Brisbane Lions. Outer side of the ground, the Gabba crowd still shocked. 23 points the margin. Off hands Langdon, tackled off it. Still got the handball to a standing Sparrow. He was under a bit of pressure. He's kicked that out of bounds on the full, so it'll be a free kick left half back. Just where the arc meets the boundary line to Connor McKenna. And then from County Tyrone, one or two Irishmen in this Brisbane Lions side. His other backline counterpart, Dara Joyce from County Kilkenny. He goes up the line. McInerney, one grab, two grabs, and a good mark against Max Dawn there.
Super grab just pushed Max straight under the ball. Free kick, really, but he's doing the job there in that marking contest.
The big O. Gee, that's a floating stack. It landed into the hands of
Ashcroft.
Yeah, there's Ashcroft there. Back onto the field. 80 from goal. Inside 50. Big pack fisted forward. Zach Bailey gathers. Puts on the afterburners. He has a ping and curls it left. He's missed. He had plenty of time there. 69 plays 47. 22-point margin. 14 gone third term. D's bring it back in.
May short to Tolstrup, who kicks it to left half back, marked by Neil Bullen. And that was Way Woden, in fact, the first receiver. Very similar 80s style perm.
Just bombing it in Brisbane. He had guys on, Ashcroft. Poor decision.
Neil Bullen at left half back, kicks long to the wing. Andrews, a finger in the contest, couldn't mark it. Ricochets back to him, he's tackled. Ball on the deck. There's Tolstrup over it, couldn't pick it up. Van Rooyen had it, lost it. McCluggage had it, lost it. Good tackle from Oliver, and eventually Viney's the man with it as he tangos over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Got two extra numbers there, Brisbane, and they couldn't come out with the footy. That is bad signs.
They're trying to get the numbers there, aren't they? They're just not clean at the moment, Brisbane.
Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, and the Demons leading it by 22 points at the Gabba. McInerney beats Gawn for that tap. Clears the congestion. Who meets it first? On the wing. Well, it's on the deck. Two Melbourne tacklers on that, one Brisbane forager. It's Neil Bullen and Oliver all over the top of Erie. We can see him now. Dunkley. It's near side. That's how good the tackle was, Pricey. It was close to us. We couldn't see him. He was swamped.
He absolutely smothered him. McCluggage now with the clearance. It's cut off there by Neil Bullen. Back to Viney, and he just let it go, did Neil Bullen. Good tackle by Dunkley. He'll take it there. And what a difference a week makes. Logan Morris, who was a Rising Star nominee last week, had one touch this week and subbed off tactically just after half-time. Goes back to Leicester now. Goes back into the corridor to Zorko, looking for 50. Didn't get it. Pinpoint kick, though. He hit McCluggage. Still in the centre square. The handball to Ashcroft. Puts it in the pocket and finds Archie. Right on the boundary line. No, 30 metres out. He's kicked one 2 weeks ago from this very spot.
They love that connection, don't they, from the half-back line. They get it over, they spread, and then they come back through the corridor.
I pointed it was on this side. They had the spares out there, but they ended up getting it to him, so good play. But that said, you don't really want your forwards having shots from the boundary all the time.
Kalachi, desperately needed by the Lions here. Lets it go. It's a nice-looking kick. It hits the post 2/3 of the way up. 6 goals, 12 now the Lions. 48 plays 69, 21 points. The lead for the D's, 16.5 gone of this third quarter.
Here's Michael Price on Quentin Hull, Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis and Jess Stewart, your company at the Gabba on this Friday night. As May will run beyond the goal mouth, no pressure on him. Long left-footed inbound to the outer wing. Wilmot to the front of the pack, couldn't mark, rode by the Demons. Chandler has it, chips around the wing. Fritsch takes the grab between wing and right half forward. Bailey Fritsch, inboard on his left boot, slicing pass, marked by Oliver. 55 metres out, Clayton Oliver. And everyone?
They're just on the line.
Everyone's looking at the umps, traffic copping, making sure they don't get in the wrong spot.
Harris just went through the mark then.
Well, I thought that was a 38th parallel infringement there. Anyway, Oliver from 60 chips it to the goal mouth. Men went down before the ball arrived. Fletcher marked. Is that okay? Yes. Well, I saw in the periphery, Pricey, something go down. But Fletcher's got the grab at full back for Brisbane. It's Melbourne by 21 points, 17 and a half, third term.
The son of Adrian kicks towards halfback. Andrews brought down. Fritsch picks it up inside 50 and presenting Harrison Petty. 2/5 of the travelling Wilburys takes it out 30 metres out, right angle to the right.
All the players are getting over to Fritsch now. He was 1 on 2 out there. A great contest to bring the ball to ground.
That is a far. Any one of the 5 reels you could have given a free kick. He chopped the arms, front on contact, but umpires have missed it, and in they go. Repeat entries, and he should kick this though.
Harrison Petty, he's coming off the long run.
From the end of the line.
Beautiful. He comes in from 35, strikes it nicely, no. Slices it just to the right of the goalpost, one behind. 70 plays 48, 22 points the margin. Lions bring it back in quickly again.
They're very short this time, though, in the right back pocket. It's Fletcher with the grab, so Morris has been subbed out. Fletcher's into the game. Short pass marked by McCluggage. School end, right back pocket.
Both teams have wasted opportunities this quarter.
Here they go.
McCluggage with the switch. And McKenna takes the mark. Good hustle, though, from the Demons to get to the fat side. McKenna, though, kicks to the wing. Ashcroft the target. Can't mark, but roves his own crumbs. Hand passes to Dunkley. Hand passes to Hipwood beyond the wing. Chip to half forward. Bailey marks 45 from goal. And is going back like a man intent on taking a set shot.
He's got guys out here. There's twice now. They're just too slow. I mean, this is a low percentage shot. He may kick it, but when you got guys that are going to be kicking from 35 out, I mean, you take that every day of the week.
He's a big moment player, Zach Bailey, and the Lions need something to lift the gather mid-third term against these rampant Demons. Bailey from 52 gives it everything with the right boot. It's across the face, brought down on the line. Punch back into the field of play and off the ground and out of the air. Cam Rayner's volleyed it through.
What a goal.
Second goal of the night for Rayner. Fortuitous mess in the goal square, but fortuitous for Brisbane. And the margin is 16 points at Melbourne's 10-10-70 to 7-12-54.
I thought Hipwood looked like he got the old Bruce Rood got snapped in half there.
Yeah, he went to kick it out of midair and smother, and then Rayner ended up finishing it off. So great finish. But I know Zach Bailey was trying, but great effort from Brisbane there to actually. That previously when it's gone in, Melbourne's won the loose ball when it's hit the ground in their forward line. So good to see them have an impact then.
Come out too easy.
It's come out too easy, yeah.
Now what Brisbane does need is these back-to-back goals. As you see Lever.
with Lever back in the team, we're seeing the Lever-May yelling matches in the back line again, which is great. They do it to each other all the time.
Back into the middle, McInerney gets it down. It's sharked there by Rivers. He puts one inside 50. Evil bounce over the top of Petty, gathered there by Lester. His kick's ordinary, though. It's picked up there by Neil Buller, tackled into the ground by Zorko at the traditional centre-half forward position for the Ds, and there'll be a ball up. The umpire does it quickly, throws it up. Getting there, Jasper Fletcher first, tackled there by Langdon. Did a 360, umpire says no. Held to him.
Yeah.
Boy, I thought that was going to be pinged, but he'll throw it up again.
Too many around this ball here in the inner ring for both sides.
McCluggage gets it clear of the congestion acca with a handball to Fletcher, tackled by Tholstrup near the boundary. Fletcher, though, picks himself up. He was out of play when he did so. Boundary throw in as the umpire in front of us blows his whistle, raises his hand and says, give it to me.
Got the old Fryer tuck here. Let's see if we can get a little bit better this throw-in. They've been a bit short in the old custard arm.
Between wing and left half forward for Melbourne. These by 16 points. Gawn taps down. Tolstrup tried to volley it out of the air. No great advantage. So he goes in again and picks it up off the deck. Then puts it up and down the mine shaft. Comes down on 50. Petty the target, spoiled by Leicester. Rode by Zorko of Brisbane. Hand pass to Neil under pressure. Neil's hand pass is out of play. The Demons keep it in their attacking half. Another boundary throw-in coming up. 22 minutes third term. Melbourne 10-10-70. Brisbane 7-12-54. ABC Sport at Friday night footy.
Umpire throws it in. It's McInerney versus Gawn. McInerney got it down, but Viney burst through. Did beautifully. Blind turn. Handball to Motters Wakefield inside 50. Andrew spoils at ground level. Fritsch can't pick it up. Hacked out of there. Oh, it's cut off there by Neil Bullen. Beautiful bit of smothering work that had a snap and kicked behind. 71 plays 54. 17 points the margin in favour of the D's. 23 gone. As bring it back in quickly yet again.
McKenna beyond defensive 50, marked by McCluggage, who then sells a dummy to get around Lever. Chip to Wilmot, well spelled by Rivers. McCluggage there to Rove though for Brisbane. Hands it to Berry. Berry misses his target, stolen by Neil Bullen. Handed it on to Sparrow, whose kick is smothered. Ball on the deck at centre half back for Brisbane. Zorko kicks it off the ground to the middle of the ground. Dunkley gets it on to Hipwood. Hipwood kicking in danger. Wow. He tried to kick it off the ground and Viney's head was too close.
Gotta be clean.
He just puts his head in the line of finer though, this guy. And Viney with the free kick. Spearing ball out to the wing. Misses wins it, rolls out of play. Boundary throw in.
Poor kick. And that's Viney's Achilles heel. He's not the best kick. That was a bit fancy, and that's what happens though, Eric. If you're clean, mate, that you're out. It's killing your side going forward.
Actually, Aka, yeah, you're right. He's had 12 kicks in these possessions, Viney, and at 25% kicking efficiency. But he's extracting the ball, and that's all the D's need at the moment. Throw in on the outer side. Oh, Rivers, who's done beautifully, went through the pack, handball over, was cut off by Wilmot though for the Lions. He gives it to Neil by hand, then to McCluggage. Close quarters back to Wilmot. Oliver applies pressure, but Neil gets it, delivers a pass to Dunkley on the logo. Neil runs past, the handball received. The pass is good. It hits Hipwood. Now Eric between the wing and half forward is standing there. Zorko saying, give it to me in the guts. He just ignores him and then kicks it inside 50. The lead from Archie. Fisted forward, rode by Charlie. He gave it over the top there to Big O, who had to snap the ruckman. It bounced across the face of goal. And just squeaked in for a behind. 71 plays 55. It's now a 16-point margin.
I like that Big O is taking Max Gawn forward and hard. Running him when there's a slow play, takes him hard forward.
They're coming the lines. They're repeat entries. They need to score here.
May with a deep inbound to the right half-back flank. Petty comes... they gave him that. I think he got second bite, but he got the telling bite. And the umpire has paid the mark to Harrison Petty.
Come on, umpire, that's a ball up.
I thought Dara Joyce had the first touch there, but anyway, Petty's been paid the mark at right half back. Kicks a long ball towards the wing, Pickett in front, spoiled away by Wilmot, boundary line the victor. Throw in forward of halfway for the Demons, and the crowd still booing that previous decision.
Am I old-fashioned, or does the man in front still apply?
It does. He was in front first, and then he's played it the opposite way.
Let's just play on.
Yeah.
Throw in. McInerney wins the ruck tap against Petty that time. Ground level McCluggage for Brisbane. Hand pass doesn't create. Picked up by Motters Wakefield. The first game, he kicks it inside 50. On the head of Van Rooyen, spoiling away by Lester. Raves his own crumb. High kick just beyond half back to a pack. Off hands, Bailey had a fly, couldn't mark. Picked up by Tolstrup of the Demons. Hands it to Oliver, rides a tackle. Hand pass infield, doesn't find a teammate, looking for McVie. Chopped off by Dunkley. Hands it to Zorko. Short pass to the middle of the ground, made good by McCluggage. Hands it to McKenna. Now they rumble the bullseye. Hand pass to Hipwood. Hipwood from 50. His kick is marked by Archie, who runs into an open goal and slams it through to get Brisbane back to within 10 points.
What a transition.
Now, did Eric mean to kick it to Kalachi?
He was going for goal.
That was a bad.
He was going for goal.
That was a bad.
That is a dirty shank that's turned out to be a Brisbane goal to Kalachi. It's 6 points nonetheless. 71 plays 61. Some Friday night footy this to kick off round 16.
What a game. What a game.
I think he was actually looking for Joey out the back, but that was a stinking kick, but came off. But good transition, really good from Brisbane.
Yeah, it looked like Melbourne was going inside to an open goal at centre half forward, and then whooshka, away it went, and just great pick up there from McCluggage.
The tackle on Oliver, I don't know who it was, but it was magic, and that's what set up the turnover, and then Brisbane were out. Just cleaner, a bit better this quarter with that stuff, and Eric with a stinking kick. And what do you know?
Actually good hands by Archie in the end.
Yeah, it was a flying stinking kick. It was a low burner and good hands. 10 clearances to 6 in favour of Brisbane, make that 11 coming up, and Neil has put himself into this game. His handball was cut off, though. It dribbles forward towards the D's forward line. Tolstrup just kicked it off the deckers, cut off there by Dara Joyce. His chip kick is beautiful, finds Zorko. Now they've got the running going. Brisbane. Zorko's handball, not great. Picked up by Bailey, was well picked up. Good tackle there by McVie, not rewarded. It's going to be a ball up on the logo on the outer side.
How can they be falling over? It hasn't rained here in a month.
Umpire throws it up. McInerney against Petty. He just got rid of Petty and gathered the ball, kicked it himself.
Free kick.
And it's going to be a free kick down the field. It's going to be a hold, and it's going to go back.
Oh, trouble, Petty.
Tom McDonald, and behind play, Petty's injured.
Yeah, he hurt his knee in that ruck contest. We'll get to Jess in a moment. Jess, what have you got?
Yeah, he's coming to the bench in a lot of pain, Harrison Petty. I'll keep an eye on how they treat him.
Stay close. McDonald with a long kick to a pack on the wing. Roved by McCluggage of Brisbane. Hand pass to Wilmot. Hands it to Joyce, who turns it over. Viney there to steal for the Demons. He wobbles a kick inside 50, met by Leicester. Parries it only to Pickett, who palms away from Leicester. Shoots with his left. And that is 5 goals for one of the most exciting forwards in the game. Cozzy Pickett takes half a centimetre and turns it into a long car trip. He just knows how to make the most of those opportunities, Jeff White. That's a 16-point lead to Melbourne. Cozzy's got 5. Demons 11-11-77 to the Lions 8-13-61.
He is a freak. He is a freak. I'm just looking at the... It looks like... We'll get down to Jess, but maybe tweaked his ankle, I reckon.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting that wrist strap.
Right boots coming off.
Brisbane were on then, and they just coughed it up with one too many poor handballs, and then back it came with interest. Really good goal there from Pickett.
But the ability to go, like it might have even been a free kick, but then finished it off anyway. But the ability to run, take that opportunity and take a risk going forward.
10 disposals, 5 goals, 2, and 9 score involvements for Cozzy Pickett.
Tell you what though, Melbourne are running like downhill skiers so fast forward. There it is, yeah. It just looks like almost a hybrid extension.
Back into the middle, Gawn gets it down. Oliver worried off it now, picked up by McCluggage, streams forward, kicks it inside 50. It's just going to be wide of everybody and go over the boundary line for a throw in the left forward pocket as we watch on the big scoreboard.
Well, he's getting it strapped. I don't know whether that was his right ankle or right foot that he hurt last year, but he's getting it re-strapped, so it must have been just a tweak.
That's Harrison Petty we're talking about in that last ruck contest. He just tweaked that ankle. Throw in, left forward pocket for Brisbane. They're pressing again. It's roved off hands by McVie. His kick to the arc. It's tracked back there by Jared Berry. Now, he's on a 45-degree angle. He's 60 away. He wheels around. The right foot into the pocket. McInerney spoiled. Bruce Reville roves. Handball back to Fletcher off a step. He kicked it wide. One behind. 77 plays 62. 15 points the margin in favour of the D's. 22 scoring shots apiece.
Too many fumbles from Reville.
Yeah, Bruce was a bit fumbly there, wasn't he?
He's done it all night.
McVie runs from the goal mouth, then kicks a long inbound to the outer side. Melbourne mark, front of the pack, sticky fingers from
Turner.
Geez,
their hands have been good tonight.
And the man from the O&M.
O&M. Head coach in that level.
Daniel Turner chips over the man on the mark to Gawn.
They all know how long to go. That's the signs are up on the bench there.
18 seconds, and Max is taking his time. Tick, tick, tick. To get towards three-quarter time. Long kick down the line from Gawn to half forward. Tolstrup spoils the pack and punches it out of play. He has been good. Colton Tolstrup. Happy birthday.
Third game.
Yeah, 19 today.
Do you remember when Sheedy tried to do that and then they quickly banned it? You know, he had the minute and 30 seconds and they canned it. Now they do it. It's fine. Just amazing.
Well, there's only 5 seconds left now, Jason.
Yes.
And the flight path of the Sharon takes up about 2 seconds of that from the throw-in, and that is three-quarter time in this Friday night football encounter, which is set up perfectly, tantalisingly, with huge currency to the shape of the top 8. These two teams have been around the pointy end of the fight the last couple of seasons, but they start this round outside the 8. And it's the Demons, though, who go to the three-quarter time huddle with a 15-point lead. In that quarter, Melbourne kicked 2 goals 4 to Brisbane's 3 goals 6.
Ooh.
2-4 to 3-6 in that term. So Brisbane has reduced its half-time deficit from 23 to 15. Melbourne 11-11-77 to Brisbane's 8-14-62. Keziah Pickett has kicked 5 goals for Melbourne. 1 in the first quarter, 3 in the second quarter, and 1 in that term. Jacob Van Rooyen's got a couple. And the singles to Clayton Oliver, Bailey Fritsch, Arcade Chandler and Daniel Turner. While for Brisbane, their 8 goal kickers, 2 goals to Danaher, the second of which you've got to see to believe. Dropped it, fell over, got up, socketed off the ground from 40 metres out. Unreal. Rayner's got 2 goals. Cameron has 2 goals. Archie and Hipwood both have single goals. The progression's gone like this. Brisbane by 14 at quarter time. Melbourne by 23 at half time. And now at final oranges, Melbourne by 15 at 11-11-77 to 8-14-62. Hope you're enjoying Friday night footy with us here live from the Gabba on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
ABC Country brings you Grassroots, the home of the latest, best and new independent country music from home and around the globe, shining a light on the best contemporary and traditional country-fused music. From folk to blues, traditional to contemporary, bluegrass to bush ballads, and everything in between. Stream Grassroots from anywhere, anytime via the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Rush kick to the wing. May's there to mark for Melbourne.
Free kick.
Shepherded out. I think that was against Tom.
They're out here.
Free kick to Hipwood. Plays on quickly. There are 3 Lions to choose from in the forward line. Danaher drops a chest mark. Falls over. Suckers it off the ground. In a goal that only Danaher could kick. Bailey from 52. Gives it everything with the right boot. It's across the face. Brought down on the line. Punched back into the field of play and off the ground and out of the air. Cam Rayner's volleyed it through. Oliver rides a tackle. Hand pass infield, doesn't find a teammate looking for McVie. Chopped off by Dunkley. Hands it to Zorko. Short pass to the middle of the ground made good by McCluggage. Hands it to McKenna. Now they run with the bullseye. Hand pass to Hipwood. Hipwood from 50. His kick is marked by Archie, who runs into an open goal and slams it through. Joyce who turns it over. Viney there to steal for the Demons. He wobbles a kick inside 50, met by Leicester. Parries it only to Pickett, who palms away from Leicester. Shoots with his left, and that is 5 goals for one of the most exciting forwards in the game.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Oh boy. Sounds exciting. It is exciting. It is a big stakes Friday night footy, and the Demons are serving it right up to the Lions at the Gabba. Hope you're enjoying it with us. Quentin Hull and Michael Price with the pleasure and the privilege of calling the action. Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis, your expert. Jess Stewart's down on the boundary, and it is Melbourne leading by 15 points at three-quarter time. 11-11-77 plays 8-14-62. Before further matters here, let's do the housekeeping. National Rugby League. Going to Golden Point, I think. Yeah, Canterbury and Cronulla are 14-all. Canterbury, Bankstown and Cronulla, Sutherland. Going to Golden Point, if I'm reading that correctly. 14-all between the Bulldogs and the Sharks. Loving your messages. Keep them rolling in on 0437 774 774 is the number. Just one mention to you, Pricey. Rob in Greensborough. Text 2/5 of the travelling Wilburys is the funniest thing I've heard in footy commentary for a long time. Thanks for making my week. Rob from Greensborough. There you go, Pricey. You've made Rob's week. Righto, Jeff. And Akka, we'll start with you. Jeff, what's going to happen in the final half hour here?
Well, it looked like early then in that third quarter, both sides just they missed their opportunities in front of goal, and then all of a sudden, Danaher's kicked one from 40 along the ground. Been watching soccer too much. And then Cozzy, amazing goal, how he able to defend and snap truly for his 5th. the pressure that quarter was. We knew that Lions were going to come out, and they did. Their pressure was there. They got more numbers, but Melbourne's contested possession, Melbourne's ability to get more numbers to the ball, there's tackling pressure still there, so it sets up a very intriguing last quarter here.
I think what I'm concerned about if you're a Melbourne supporter is have they burned up all those petrol tickets, because their pressure's been amazing, but it's very difficult to go 4 quarters up here. But that's it. It's been phenomenal to now. That's why they're in the lead. The Lions, though, if it drops away a little bit, if Melbourne's pressure drops away, Brisbane will make you pay.
Oliver's had 22 possessions, Viney 19, Rivers 18. That's your top 3 for the Demons. For Brisbane, Dunkley leads the way with 22. McCluggage and O'Neill both have 21. Brisbane's had 4 more possessions. Contested-wise, Demons plus 17 there. The clearances, Melbourne plus 3. The inside 50s, Melbourne plus 5. And on the scoreboard, Melbourne plus 15. So we still haven't seen the injection of Kynan Brown. He's the sub for the D's.
And I want to not steal Jess's thunder here, but Harrison Petty starting in the forward line.
Yeah, so his ankle's okay. Final terms underway, Michael Price.
That's a fair bounce too. Max Gawn gets it down. It's cut off there by McCluggage. His kick, not quite the distance. Tom McDonald, handball back there to Langdon. He gets it to Sparrow off a step. Down the corridor, off hands. Here he goes. Cozzy Pickett, 60 from goal. The chip into the path of Harrison Petty is superb. He takes it 40 metres out, but he's on a pretty tight angle to the left.
And you said at the start of the game, Aki, you wanted Cozzy in the middle. There's his spread from the stop play.
And he's clean, and he just makes the...
Lowered his eyes, left foot.
Which is what Brisbane will need to do. I'm sure Chris Fagan has said that at 3/4 time.
So Harrison Petty, stuttering start. He lets go from 45. It's a fair effort. It's left, though. It's one behind. 78 plays 62. 26 points the margin. Just a minute gone in the final term on ABC Sport.
Sorko wasn't happy with that. Harris Andrews throwing the ball, hit the post and cost him 10 seconds.
So Zorko straight down the middle with the inbound. And it's marked by Neil beyond centre-half back. Between the edge of the centre square and the bullseye. Plays on with a handball to Cameron. Runs around Oliver. Has a bounce and scorches the members' wing at the Gabba. The kicks is a shocker, though. Yeah. As good as that run was, in opposite and equal terms, the kick was just as bad. It's out of bounds on the bounce for a throw-in in the left forward pocket.
You know what? Lucky that ball didn't set up, because Joe Danaher gave up on that, and it would have been easy for Stephen May to get it and rebound outside D50.
The throw in is shallow. Gawn still got his hands to it. Roved there by Archie under pressure. Dodgy handball away. It's going to be stuck underneath several players. Tomlinson laying a blanket over the top of Will Ashcroft, and the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out.
Very lucky there.
Comes in, throws it up. McInerney versus Gawn. Viney promotes it forward. McCluggage picks it up. He's immediately tackled by a couple, and the umpire's going to come in and hold proceedings up yet again. A third ball up there. McInerney gets this one down, roved by Oliver. He floats it forward. Going back with the flight, Zorko. Just forward a centre wing commentary side. He measures a pass. Ashcroft. No, it was Lohman. It was punched through his hands, went backwards to Lever. Oliver gets involved. Tomlinson with the hands. The D's will be away here. Langford lowers the eyes, and it's a nice pass that didn't make the distance, so.
Went 4 metres.
Exactly. Petty kicks it forward now. Off hands, Ashcroft rose. Slung to ground as he gets a kick away, and once again Petty is there in the role of goalkeeper at left half back for the D's, takes the chest mark.
Doing it at both ends, Harry Petty. Had the shot for goal a moment ago. Here he is at left half back for the Demons. Long kick to the wing. Andrews with the tilling knuckle.
Again, that's deliberate.
Flies over the back, punches it out of play.
What else was he trying to do?
Clear the pack. I don't know whether he was deliberately trying to punch it out of bounds, but he definitely punched it away from the pack with force.
Get on the bang tape on Fox.
Throw it in on the outer side. McKenna taps it forward for Brisbane. Neil Bullen first to meet it. He's under pressure, got rid of it, and Dunkley steals it for Brisbane. Rush kick inside 50 to the pocket. Bouncing ball evades McDonald and Archie. Lever can't pick it up. May does. Tackled by Rayner. Crowd yells ball. Ump says mine. Ball up.
This has been some great one-on-ones tonight, and that was a great one-on-one there.
Good work, Cam Rayner. Kept it in.
Yeah.
Got a chance.
A couple of strong players there in May and Rayner. Oliver did the ruck work. It's towed out of there by Dunkley. Bounces in front of Hipwood. Tomlinson grabbed him. Crowd wanted a free kick. Ball spills. Picked up by Fletcher. That's a great tackle into the ground. Magnificent tackle there. It was Chandler who threw Jasper Fletcher onto the arc, and the umpire's going to come in and ball it up. About 55 from Brisbane's goal to the left of centre. Dunkley got it down. Well rode there by Windsor. Broke the tackle. Dangerous kick, but he found his teammate in Langdon. Langdon flares it out to the outer side, and he's got Taj Wowoden.
Hasn't got much on.
Short pass to Langdon just beyond the man on the mark. He's still on the left half-back flank, Langdon. Short pass to the first gamer, Monez Wakefield. A man from Nightcliff in the Northern Territory. What a place to make his debut. Friday night footy in a tight one for the Demons. From forward of left half-back, he kicks to half-forward. Andrews just read that so well. Protects the drop, takes the mark for Brisbane. Chips infield on the 45 to Dunkley. But there's no ping from half-back here from the Lions. Dunkley's going to transfer across the half-back line. Joyce marks it. Point of the centre square defensive side left half-back. Kick infield to Zorko. Chip short to Neal. They're still just shy of the bullseye. Lions now go wide with the kick to Andrews.
We're out here.
Kick mark.
Yeah, but can they suck the Demons up? No, Andrews has kicked it very short to McKenna.
The defence from Melbourne set up really well. They got no, and now they bomb it.
Bombed to a 50-50, Jeff, a half forward. Loman flew, couldn't take the mark. Rove by Reville, had it, lost it. Dunkley hands it back to Reville. Hand pass to the pocket. Archie shoots on goal and misses to the near side. From the right forward pocket, that is a behind. Melbourne lead by 15 points. 11-12, 78 to 8-15, 63, 6 minutes travelled final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Reveal again. Fumble. He's been doing it all night. He's got to lift his game there.
So Stephen May's got the ball for Melbourne at fullback. Comes out of the goal square. Kicks it long, and Danaher. He beat Van Rooyen to the ball. He's 70 from goal, left half forward for the Brisbane Lions. What will Joe do?
Have a shot.
There's sillier things could happen. He has a look. He measures a long left footer to a dangerous spot. May flew, fisted it away. Rode by Windsor, gathered by Oliver, tackled into the ground. Now it's loose with Neal. Neal handball to Bruce from the arc of 50 to the top of the goal square. Archie flies. He roves his own crumb at ground level. Good smother though. It's with Wowoden. He's smothered. Bruce back to Dunkley. Off a step. Under pressure. It barely gets through for a behind. It just scrapes through. 78. Plays 64. 14 points the margin.
What about his mother?
Yeah, it was Lever. Among everything there, Jeff, that was one thing that stuck in my mind. Jake Lever with the smother.
The Brisbane line player was clear, and he just come out of nowhere.
May runs beyond the goal mouth and puts the left slipper into a long inbound. Danaher, though, in the pack, got a hand, couldn't mark. Van Rooyen steals it. Hand pass to Chandler, whacks it on his boot to clear the Demons from half back. Bouncing ball to half forward. Fritsch and Andrews. Tangle, neither picks up. Andrews cleverly taps the advantage of McKenna. Brisbane's ball. He hand passes to Fletcher. Gathers on the wing. Kick to half forward, not great. Along the deck, Tomlinson can't pick up under pressure from Rayner. Rayner presses him off the ball as it was spinning like a top and kicked it off the ground, but straight to a Demon. It's Van Rooyen who takes the mark at right half back for Melbourne. 7.5 played, final term. The Demons lead by 15 points.
Long kick down the line. Andrews fists it 20 metres back to where it came. Over the head of Danaher. Rode by Reville. He's 80 from goal. Now he measures one to left half forward. It's Kai Lohman. The crowd love that as he takes it 55 from goal. And now he goes inside 50 and finds a teammate. It's Jasper Fletcher. He's 45 from goal, but he's standing on the boundary line.
Can't get these entries into the corridor, Jason.
No, they can't. They're on. They're just taking their time with it. They don't need to move it quick. That said, Reville starting to get cleaner, and look what happens.
So Jasper Fletcher from the fence, from the arc of 50 on the boundary line. Oh, goodness me, it's 2/3 of the way up. It's hit the post. That looked like it was sailing through. 78 plays 65. Is now a 13-point margin.
8-17. 8-17.
Different to what those pretty accurate last week, weren't they?
Yeah, inbound is short, marked by Tomlinson in the right back pocket for the Demons. Long exit now to the wing. Petty marks in a 2-on-2. He's had a good night for Melbourne, Harry Petty. Plays on with a hand pass to Rivers, runs the wing, chips around the boundary. Van Rooyen takes the mark and slows it up a little, just forward of the wing on the members' side. Demons lead by 13 points. Kick is smothered by Zorko on the mark. Ricochets infield. Lohman applies a tackle. Play on. Ball comes out. Petty there to extricate again for the D's. Hands it to Windsor. Kicks to a 2-on-2 in the pocket. Fritsch does the roving of the pack. Takes on the tackler and is holding the ball.
Certainly is.
Great tackle from Ryan Froggy Lester in the left back pocket.
Come on. Look.
He's taking his time at the moment as Fritsch stands the mark. Neil comes from nowhere with the lead and takes it. Now he wants to play on. Wheels around and then aggressively up the corridor to find Reville. Reville turns. Could have almost run into the man standing the mark there in Jake Levo. Doesn't. He flares it out to the right back flank. Finds Ashcroft. Ashcroft, the cheeky kick around the corner to find Neil. Neil to a 2-on-1. Rayner did well to spoil it. Roving Archie back to Rayner. The handball forward to Hipwood. Inside 50, looping handball over the top. He missed everybody. He had two in the goal square and he missed them. It's going to roll through for a behind, and that's a torched goal for the Brisbane Lions. 78 plays 66. It's an even 2 goals to diff.
I don't think he realised how he flushed that hand pass.
Kick the goal. Why didn't he kick it?
Kick it.
Just kick the goal.
Oh, silly.
Inbound is short. Sparrow marks in the left back pocket for Melbourne. Long kick and a mark to Steve May. Forward of half back. Plays on with a hand pass to Oliver, who runs into traffic and then has to chip short but is precise with the kick. Fritsch marks on the wing. Chips it short to Langdon. Marks it between wing and left half forward. D's lead by 2 goals. And we're 11 minutes into the final term. ABC Sport at Friday Night Footy as Fritsch kicks it infield. Rivers takes the mark from the wing. Bangs a long right foot kick into attack. Sarcevic, though, to the front of the pack for Brisbane. Takes a fine defender's mark, a one clunker for the shaven-headed West Australian. Short pass to Joyce in the goal mouth. Short pass to Ashcroft just forward to full back. Will Ashcroft now takes a moment and chips it to the pocket back to Starcevic. And while they're taking a moment to catch some breath, I think, Pricey, that's the natural handover to you in the back pocket.
Notice the members got excited there as the boundary umpire was running backwards and fell over. The ball went over to the outer wing. Stephen May slapped it down. Rivers couldn't pick it up. Cam Rayner getting involved heavily at ground level. So did Viney. He slapped it and got it back. Tumbled one inside 50, cut off there by Harris Andrews. Through Ashcroft, now the run of Zorko. The handball up the corridor, Bailey. Bailey, the 9-9 to Bruce. Bruce Reville to left half forward. It's Danaher, marks it on the 50, lopes in, has a bounce and kicks it to the pocket. Oh, it's dropped. The mark was dropped by Charlie, roved by Lohman, tackled into the ground. They have dead set, torched a second goal in 30 seconds, the Brisbane Lions. They are playing with the speed wobbles.
That's why you don't give up on the play.
78 plays 66. The ball up is happening close to the boundary line. Slapped over and will get a throw in the right forward pocket.
You don't give up on the play, and that's exactly what Melbourne did then. It's Joe Danaher.
How do you drop a simple mark like that? That is just unbelievable.
There are so many parts of that we can't unravel right now. As the ball's punched back boundary side of Melbourne. Oh, the clearance is an instep. Shocker from Tomlinson. Bailey's got it. He's tackled by Pickett. Sung's 7:20. Play on. Went to Chandler. Kick smothered. Pickett picks it up. Demons are out. Hand pass to Viney at centre half back. His kick is off the side of the boot. High to Fritsch in the middle of the ground. Leicester makes the spoil. Petty tries to row, but Leicester follows up to knock him off it. Viney gathers. He's tackled. Got rid of it. Windsor kicks it off the ground inside 50 for Melbourne. Joyce loses his footing. Great hand pass from Tolstrup onto Langdon. Langdon snaps from 40 and misses.
Oh, my.
And that makes Melbourne's lead 13 at 11-13, 79 to 8-8, 66, 13 and a half. Final term, inbounds quick and good to Reveal at centre-half back.
So it's starting to loosen up now. Reveal comes to the commentary wing. That's a lace-out kick to find Jasper Fletcher, just short of the wing.
Who's going to have the most poise when it comes down to it?
Lateral kick to Wilmot. Wilmot back into the corridor. Zorko now. He wants to go longer. He does. Oh, that's a lovely kick to right half forward. Found his teammate Dunkley. Gave it into Berry. Berry from 40. Does what his surname suggests and buries one for the Lions. Finally. 11-13-79 plays 9-18-72. A 7-point margin. 14 gone final term. This game has everything.
Told you. It's going to open up that pressure. You can't make it last all game. That's it. I told you, if Brisbane will get half a chance, they'll make you pay. That transfer there, once it gets into guys like Zorko's hands, beautiful kick, and out they go. Good handball received, but still good finish from Berry. Over to you, Jess.
It looks like that's...
Oh, Jess. Now, that's only Jess's microphone. The lights have stayed on. Jess, you with us?
Got me there, guys?
Yeah, got you.
Looks like that substitution has been made, and it's Harrison Petty coming off for the...
Lyndon Brown.
Yes,
Yep.
Sorry. He was wearing the wrong number on his warm-up singlet, sorry.
Yeah. So maybe that ankle's got to Petty because he's had a huge game. Anyway, from the restart, Melbourne's got it in the middle of the ground. Tomlinson's kick, though, into the man on the mark. No. On the deck, picked up by Monners Wakefield. Hand pass to Oliver. Hands it out wide to Windsor. Windsor on the wing with a high kick into attack. Pickett spores away from Starcevic. Rode by Tolstrup, 40 out for Melbourne. Hands it to Neil Bullen. Hands to Oliver. One step, snap from 40. He's done it. No, point. Wrong side of the post. Sorry, Demons fans. Shepherded through by Fritsch on the line. Wrong side of the stick. 8 the lead to Melbourne.
Now it's with Zorko from the inboard. Oh, he kicked it to Berry on the arc. He dropped it, had time to pick it up. Gave it to the run of Wilmot. He's going to get the 1-2 off Archie. Now the looping handball to McLuggage on the wing. He retreats to Harris Andrews. Beautiful pick up around the ankles. Under pressure from Langdon. His handball's a mongrel, but Ryan Lester has plenty of time. He's at left half back. He wants to go forward. He wants to go lateral. He's been pressured everywhere. Yeah. Now he goes into the dead centre of the ground. He finds Dunkley. Dunkley out wide. They're open here. Neil inside 50. Danaher. Roved there by Fletcher. Handball to Bailey. Tackle. Run down. That's almost a game saver. What a beauty, and who else?
Unbelievable.
Jack Viney. He's done it all night for the D's, and he'll get a free kick and settle things down.
Give the handball. Kai Lohman running in.
Viney in the left back pocket. What a game he's had. He's clearing kick to the outer side. Goes beyond the pack. Wilmot there to ride for Brisbane. Hands it out the back to Zorko on the wing. Kick infield to Dunkley. Pickett made him earn it. Crowd wants 50. Ump's not going to buy. And Pickett
trying to play on.
He slapped the handball away, and now Pickett plays tackler to lock it up underneath Zorko. Great play, Pickett. Ump says ball up.
God, Brisbane have made so many frustrating errors tonight.
They needed to spread. They were too close for the hand pass then, and it allowed Pickett to intercept.
There's 6.5 minutes left, and Melbourne lead by 8 points. Ball up on the outer wing. Gawn slaps it clear, but Zorko roves. His kick off the outside of the boot. Intercepted by the Demons. Bang deep towards the goal mouth. Out of bounds on the bounce from Sparrow. Free kick to Brisbane in the right back pocket. Quickly taken by Leicester. Kicks it to Berry. Berry's going to kick it to Andrews at left half back.
So Harris Andrews just inside where the arc hits the boundary line. He slows down. The D's setting up beautifully defensively in front of him. Lions trailing by 8 points. Long kick towards Archie. Double grabber by May, not paid. Roved there by Berry. Speculating handball to McLuggage. He gives the hands off to Lohman. Lohman back inboard to McLuggage. They get to 80 from goal. Handball to Bruce. Reveal now. Oh, that's an ordinary kick to Lockneil, but he made it look good.
They're on here.
Took the mark on the arc. He's on a very tight angle to the left. Now he sees the lead from Danaher. Pops it up. Danaher. What a pass from Lockie Neal. 40 out, directly in front. Where's this going to go?
Who knows? But they just a little bit quicker in the ball movement. They had 3 or 4 out. The Demons are just hanging on. They're out on their feet. Their pressure can't last. It's coming.
Danaher's got 2. The Gabba crowd take a deep breath as he puts the ball on the deck and pulls the socks up. Goes through that familiar routine.
I like him from here, Pricey.
Joe Danaher has pulled it right. It's one behind. 9 goals, 19, and that's not good footy. 7 points the margin now in favour of the D's.
Got to keep going here, Brisbane.
It's a game that Melbourne deserved to win, but Brisbane has kicked 9 goals, 19. There is so much to pull apart here. Long kick to the wing, Leicester intercepts. We've still got 4.5 minutes to work it out. Leicester links up with McKenna, weaves around an opponent at half forward, kicks to the pocket. Lohmann takes the mark, hard in the pocket, 30 metres out.
He loves this type of stuff, Lohmann, too. He's been out, they haven't used him, he's looked dangerous, so be good for him to get a goal because he's really worked hard. He's just been unrewarded.
Left foot snap, punch. He's got it! And Friday night footy at the Gabba has got a 1-point ball game.
What a game.
Strap yourselves in. 4 minutes and 5 seconds left. Melbourne 80, Brisbane 79.
Wow. Good finish, good handball receive. Great run from McKenna.
What about that kick inside 450 though from McKenna?
Yeah, he sort of did the old fake, and then he took him on. But the best thing about that was that he hit a target. That's what he needed to do. That's the difference. That's what they weren't doing in the second and third quarter.
Some finish from Kyle Lohmann, who has grown immeasurably this year, has played every game after only playing half a dozen last season. What a finish.
The Lions with 2 goals, 5 in this final term to the D's, 3 behinds.
It's troubling for Demons because they're out. Brisbane are getting free, and not just free, I mean 20 metres free.
So from the bounce, Oliver tackled off the ball. It didn't hit his boot. Crowd wanted ball. Now it's put forward there. Enter Ashcroft. Now he gives it over to Berry. Berry to McCluggage. McCluggage towards Cameron. Fisted away by McVie. At ground level, the D through Lever. He got tackled. He dropped it. Nothing happening. Crowd wanted it. The ball spills towards the boundary line. Oliver versus Berry. Neither pick it up. It spills. McCluggage throws it forward. It's on the arc of 50. Tomlinson tackled. He let go of the ball. It's kicked out of the pack towards the wing. Van Rooyen gets there.
What a contest.
And it goes off hands.
Viney got that clear again.
Yeah, but just the strength of... And Will Ashcroft would tackle and the one-on-ones. This is...
Melbourne
what a
lead.
Game.
Melbourne lead by a point. 3 minutes and 23 seconds left. Boundary throwing through centre wing outer side. Rode by the Demons. Brown, the sub, kicks at the half forward. Rolling ball gathered by Starcevic of Brisbane. Floating kick back from whence it came. Hipwood hits the pack to spoil it, bring the ball to deck. Viney is there to gather his tackle, gets a hand pass clear but turns it over. Taken by Berry of Brisbane. Hands it to the wing for Neal. Neal's kicked to half forward, marked by Lohmann. 75 out right half forward. Lohmann with the right foot, kick to the pocket. Danaher got a hand, couldn't mark. Cameron tries to rove, can't pick up, he's still over it. Taps it out. Berry hand pass to Danaher, semi-smothered by May. Still in the forward line for Brisbane. Hipwood burst through, hand pass to McKenna. Tackled brilliantly by the debutant, Moniz Wakefield. And 2 weeks in a row, a Demons first game has made a huge tackle. It was Brown last week, Moniz Wakefield this week.
Umpire throws it up very quickly, 30 metres out from the Brisbane goal. They trail by a point. McInerney's hands. There's Ashcroft. He's had a ping. He's hit the post. Scores are level. 23 minutes gone, final term. 10 goals, 20. Yes, 10 goals, 20, the Lions. To the Demons, 11-14, both on 80 points. The D's bring it back in.
Great running from McDonald.
2.5 to go. May to McDonald, marks. Bailey tackled him. Got a hand pass clear. Moniz Wakefield rides the tackle to hand it back to McDonald. Hands it to McVie, hands it to Fritsch on D50. Here's the kick. Neil Bullen marks it. Just beyond defensive 50, right half back, hand pass to Oliver, runs to the wing, kicks to attacking 50 with scores level. Andrews with the knuckle, punches at boundary side, it's out of play. Chandler couldn't keep it in, and we'll have a boundary throw in with 1 minute and 58 seconds on the clock. Brisbane 10-20-80, lead level with Melbourne 11-14-80.
The umpire throws it in across the arc. McInerney gets it down. Neal rode and tackled off it though. Dunkley with possession number 32 bounces it towards the wing. Bailey spalls the ball away from Lever. Now Ashcroft weaves his way out of the pack. His kick cut off, but Lohman picks it up. Handball over to Reville. Forward to centre wing. Bruce lowers the eyes. Hits Hipwood. Hipwood spoiled though. McDonald did well and then rode and kicked it out of bounds on the full. Forward of centre wing, Zach Bailey's going to get a free kick. Scores are level.
Come on, Eric, you've got to gobble them up, mate.
Zach Bailey with the ball for Brisbane. There is barely 1 minute 25 left here at the Gabba. Scores level. Bailey to the left forward pocket. Danaher flies, spoiled there by McDonald. Oh, that's deliberate. It is fair dinkum, deliberate and paid. He dived over like it was State of Origin on a Wednesday night.
Alex Neil-Bullen.
It's going to be a free kick and it's going to go to Hugh McCluggage 40 metres out on the boundary.
Walked the ball over the line from hard in the pocket.
Dead set like he was walking over for a try on the wing on a Wednesday night.
It looked like a try. 1 minute 20 left.
McCluggage from the boundary line, 45 out. He's going to put it through. It's a goal! Hugh McCluggage! What a kick! The Lions by 6 points. 11-20-86. Plays 11-14-80. 25 and a half minutes gone of this final term. ABC Sport, Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis. What a caracker.
Well, he's never renowned for his goal kicking. He really struggles with that, McCluggage. But as you know, here comes your time and your moment. That is a super goal played on. Made it count. No one on the line, Jeff White, but
looks like he's going to hit the post, and then it
just kept spinning. But Bullen, silly, over, easy free kick, and you just don't want to give him an opportunity. Brisbane are going to make you pay.
First time that the Lions have seen the lead since the 12.5-minute mark of the second quarter. There's 72 seconds left. Centre bounce also important here. Rivers will get a clearance for the Demons. He's got space to run through the bullseye. Kicks into attacking 50. Met by Fritsch. Gets onto his left to level the scores. Bailey Fritsch misses to the left by a nanometre. It's a behind 5, the lead to Brisbane. 53 seconds left, and that looked like a goal for all bar the last part of the journey.
Minute to go.
Zorko struts out of the goal square. Long kick. The mark could have been taken by Lever. It was a free kick. So Jake Lever, he has the ball. He's 75 from goal. He can't muck around. He handballs backwards to May. May with the little one. Oh, that's a dangerous free kick against. Will he be dragged up there? No. The mark has been taken by Trent Rivers. He's on the point of the centre square at left half forward.
25 seconds.
The D's are calling for it everywhere. Rivers, a long kick. It's going to get to almost the goal line. Off hands. What's going to happen here? Charlie Cameron's got down to the back line. He handballs it to himself. He keeps running towards the boundary line. D's have got it. Neil-Bullen tackled into the ground. It's over the boundary line, Q.
9 seconds. Hard to score from here. They need a miracle. 6-5.
They'll restart play, and the siren will sound, and those in maroon at the Gabba are about to blow the roof off this joint. Brisbane win by 5 points. In a Friday night ripper, starting the run to September in fine fashion. We are the pride of Brisbane, tell me when we're on to the goal. We will always fight for 11 goals 20. Melbourne 11 goals 15. 5 points the winning margin for the Lions, and they eke ahead of the D's. And would you believe that the margin of fickleness and error and circumstance means that Brisbane is now 5th on the ladder? After that, they are 5th on the ladder temporarily, courtesy of their percentage and that 5-point victory after the Demons stole the lead halfway through the second term and didn't give it up until Hugh McCluggage made most of Alex Neil-Bullen deliberately running the ball over the boundary line.
To try.
Late in the game, McCluggage, with any score good enough, didn't just score, he kicked the goal. Demons got a point back late. Melbourne didn't kick a goal in the last quarter. Brisbane kicked the last 3 goals in the game. They kicked 3 goals, 6 in the final term, to the Demons 4 behinds. Brisbane by 14 points at quarter time. Melbourne by 23 at half time. The Demons kicked 8 goals to 2 in the second quarter. 15 was the margin at 3-quarter time in favour of the D's. Brisbane 3 goals to 2 in that third term, and then 3 goals to nothing for Brisbane in the end in that last quarter. To be precise again, 3 goals 6 to 4 points. Brisbane 11 goals 20, 86 to Melbourne's 11, 15, 81. What a game of football. We'd love to hear your thoughts. 0437 774 774. If you've got something to say, send us your name and where you're texting from. 0437 774 774 is the number. Demons about to make their way down the race. Lions are still milling around out there. Our experts, Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, explain to you just how that unfolded to kick off round 16 in super style.
Well, Aka, you take over. I'm flat.
Well,
what a game.
A super game. I think it's safe to say that the pressure from the Demons was exceptional. So good. I mean, they were inaccurate in the first quarter, fantastic in the second, really difficult for the Lions to get their game going in the second half. They were bombing it in. They were doing everything wrong. They butchered that many opportunities, which would have made it a bit easier. You got Charlie Cameron drops a sitter without really much pressure, the hype of the game. There's lots of things. I think if Melbourne played like that against pretty much any other team in the comp on any night, they would win. It's just the Lions are up and about. They've got Ashcroft back. They've got a lot of good signs, except for really Morris, who only had 1 touch. Everyone is starting to contribute in the way that they should. It's a really even spread of contributors. That said, 20 points. Oh, my goodness. That is, most weeks that'll kill you. That will kill your ability to win. But you look at that, 31 scoring shots. It's what it is. The Lions hung in there. They could have, should have won by a little bit more, but they didn't. The pressure all game was wonderful. Eventually, the tickets ran out, the petrol for the ability for Melbourne to get back, and Brisbane, as they do, they just had spare players and they grinded out a win.
Goal kickers, I forgot to give those after all of that. 2 goals for Danaher, 2 goals for Rayner, 2 goals for Cameron, single goals for Lohman, Archie, McCluggage, Berry and Hipwood. By the way, Lohman's left foot snap late in the game as well was another clutch moment from a highly improved player.
They kicked 2 from the boundary line of the 3 in the last quarter.
Yep, 2 from the boundary line. You're right. Cosy Pickett kicked 5. Jacob Van Rooyen kicked a couple. Singles for Oliver, Fritsch, Chandler and Turner. Did I write it too much, or did you think that... probably because it was Bailey Fritsch, I thought he'd kick.
I thought he'd kick it too.
That must have... We haven't got the front on angle. I can't wait to see a replay, but the
umpire was standing in the middle of the goal.
Yeah, he never really...
And then he shifted late, so I could see why you said that.
Yeah.
And didn't miss by most.
And it's Bailey Fritsch, of course.
But of course, there was so many times where... What about when Joe Danaher was running inside 450, they had 301 and they dropped the mark.
So the 3 key forwards for Brisbane. At one point, Hipwood was on the run, unmarked 30 metres out, didn't kick for goal, hand passed it to no one. Danaher was on the run, 30 metres out, went for a shot on goal, shanked it off his instep, and then Charlie Cameron dropped the mark. All of that. So, oh boy,
what a game though.
Yeah, we're nitpicking though. What do you reckon Simon Goodwin's reaction's going to be, Jeff?
So proud, proud as they brought it tonight. You're away. They've belted Port Adelaide last week in Adelaide. They're up and about. Everyone's talking about them. Pressure's on Melbourne. Even though they won, still the pressure was on them this week. And they came tonight. They came to play. That's
super game.
That's the level of commitment that you want as fans.
They play like that.
They play like that.
They will win pretty much all the games coming. It's hard because it's a lot of energy, but super effort.
We got text from New York. Thanks to Ash for his text. Mick in the Philippines text, can't Lions. The neighbours must have thought I was strange when I sang the club song. 0437 774 774 to get in touch. Jess Stewart will be with the Lions in the rooms. They're still out on the ground, by the way. 5 points the winning margin to Brisbane.
That draw is going to be interesting,
well, because there's so many teams around that mark with the 2 extra points. Essendon, Collingwood, Brisbane, Fremantle, they've all got their
draws.
The draws in there.
It makes it...
So extraordinarily, because Brisbane has an excellent percentage and they played at the start of the round, they've gone from 10th to 5th off the back of that win.
Just shows you how close, how even the competition is.
So that can shuffle.
Q, someone asked me about this year. I said, this is the year you'll see this is the equalisation which the AFL and NFL, this is what they try and do. It will come down, if I'm right, to the last game of the last round in the last quarter to decide the 8. That's how close it is. It's just a super season. And your team could be unlucky or might...
And the other thing that will come as a really important factor is percentage.
Yeah.
And the Lions have got the third best.
That huge win over Richmond.
Or is it second best?
Second best last time I looked.
Yeah. Okay.
They won't be far. Yeah, they're second best, but they won't be far off.
Yeah, that's right. The Doggies are the third best. Yeah.
There's going to be sides that are in the 8 with a low percentage that are going to, get a bit of a run against sides that are not going to make the 8, but then their relentlessness.
Let's get into the Brisbane rooms. Jess Stewart, what an atmosphere down there.
You throwing to me, boys?
Yep.
It's lots of family members in here. They're pretty up and about at the moment. They're just about to sing the team song. I'll pass it over in 1 second. I'm just waiting for Harris Andrews.
Well, stay close, Jess. Jess Stewart in the Brisbane rooms. So since the bye, they've now won 4 games in a row, the Lions. Their next assignment is a trip to... they stay at home. They stay at home and play the Adelaide Crows next week before a trip west to play the Eagles. That's their next 2. The D's have got the Eagles next week at the MCG and then Essendon after that. So Melbourne is 8-7 and Brisbane 8 wins, 1 draw and 6 losses. Mark from Upway Turks, hi gents, Melbourne simply ran out of puff, just like they did last week against North Melbourne. Bill facetiously texts handball of the year, 40 metres out in the handball for a point with 2 players forward. That was the Eric Hipwood moment.
Oh, man.
Bill, Craig from Armidale texts, I think Brisbane will get in the top 4. Ask Jason. Kick to kick going on as well.
Well, you asked me. I think they were always going to come, but you knew that they were going to get on a roll. They're just too good a team not to, but it was looking shaky, no doubt. But
let's get back to Jess in the Brisbane rooms.
Fortunate to have Brisbane Lions co-captain Lockie Neal. Lockie, that's 4 straight wins, but that one was pretty nerve-wracking right to the death there. 11 goals, 20, I think it was. How'd you feel at the end?
Yeah, we've pumped up the forwards for their goal kicking over the last few weeks, so we're going to put that in the bin, I reckon. Getting too big ahead. So, we made it hard for ourselves. We got smashing contests in the first half. We were pretty poor around the ball in the midfield. I thought our backs were sort of getting beaten in their one-on-ones down the line, and our forwards and mids weren't squeezing in with their backs, and they were beating us in contested ball and getting some flow from that. So we had to tidy that up, get a bit tougher around the ball, which I thought we did in the second half, and I thought we played the game on our terms, Q3 and Q4 to give ourselves a chance, and hopefully that was a good game for everyone to watch, bar the goal kicking.
I'll just ask you one more before I throw you upstairs to the Glads, but you're in the top 8 now. We don't know whether you'll be there by the end of the weekend, but it's taken a bit of time, but you're finally in there. What does that mean to the group?
Well, it means nothing in, June? But yeah, it's important. It was an important game for both clubs, so to come away with the win is great, and we know how even it is this year, so we've just got to hang in there, keep trying to notch up some wins. Sometimes they're ugly like tonight, but we've just got to find a way to make finals, and it is great that we're in there now. We've just got to stay there.
I'm sure the guys upstairs have lots of questions for you.
Well done, Lockie. Quentin Hull here. I'll just start by asking about one of your opponents tonight. I mean, you've been a part of quarters where you've been able to rip a game apart by dominating in the midfield with what you've done. What's it like when you see a guy on the other team doing it? And I'm speaking about Todd Viney and the way that he almost lifted the demons up.
He's been retired for a while. But
sorry, Jack Viney. Jack, I knew I'd do that at one point. Yes, Jack Viney tonight, Lockie.
Yeah, he was very good. I said to him after the game that he's an absolute bull. I love watching him play, and I just love the way he goes about it. He wills himself at every contest, and we have players that strive to be as tough and hard as him, and he was first class tonight. It's a pleasure to watch him go about his business.
So, the counter to that is, how do you start to neutralise that? How do you get things back on your terms?
Yeah, well, we changed it up. We sent Jared Berry to him early to start the game, and probably wasn't getting the job done, so we sent him to a wing, brought Huey and Will a little bit more midfield, and we just wanted to hunt and get at it and stop being probably in more of a defensive mindset and get out the ball ourselves. And I thought we were able to do it a little bit better, but he's hard to stop when he's on a roll like that.
Lockie Neal, Jeff White here. Just run us through the inclusion of Will Ashcroft. I know spoken about during the week about his professionalism, all that sort of stuff, but run us through. He's obviously gone through a bit of sim practice over the last couple of weeks just to get him back in. The reserves are playing tomorrow, straight back in.
Yeah, he said about 3 or 4 weeks ago that he's ready to go, so they probably held him back a bit, but the things that he was doing in match sim against the AFL squad was incredible. His touch is unbelievable. He doesn't fumble, and he was doing things that none of us could do on the field at training and tearing us apart. So we felt like he was ready to go, and I'm not sure. He said he was pretty gassed at the end, which is understandable, having not played for 11 months. But it's sort of, if they're good enough to play AFL footy, why not get them in if they're in your best 22?
And just on that, is it the leaders make a decision? I mean, obviously the coaches have got to make a decision, but do you have a bit of an input into that as well?
We speak about it a bit, yeah, and Fakes probably gets everyone's opinion and weighs it up and goes from there. But we've got a fair few young guys in the team at the moment, so I think the sort of aim is to rotate them through the sub. Like Jasper was sub tonight. He's been a little bit sore the last few weeks, so that wasn't a form thing. I'm pretty sure, I don't know, but he'll probably come back into the 22, starting 22 next week, and maybe another young bloke that we've got might be the sub. So it's probably a good opportunity to just rotate there, and I'm sure Will probably be sub after a few games as well, because we've seen it with guys like Cam Rayner and Eric Hipwood. When they come back after a few games, you're pretty gassed, so we'll probably rotate that role depending on injuries, obviously.
Yeah, Lockie Acker here, mate. There's a couple of things that tonight showed. Obviously, great win last week. You come out. I thought their midfield, the way that this is Melbourne midfield, around the stoppages, particularly just centre square, they were dominating. They were on the move. Ironically, you got Gawn and, of course, Big O. They pretty much cancelled each other out. Was there anything to say, how do we improve that? Because that's just one part. You really don't want to get that well beaten because you're a super midfield, but they were really good in there for a large chunk of the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the numbers ended up, but we were -6 centre bounce at half-time, and like I said before, we were probably reactive instead of being proactive, which is we play our best footy when we're proactive and hunting the footy ourselves rather than worrying about tricks and what other teams are doing in centre bounce. We want to get at it. We probably didn't go that well still in the second half, but I thought we were just a bit tougher and proactive, and we were on the move a little bit. So that was the talk at half time.
Yeah, the other thing too I'm noticing is the change in game plan where you're spreading the field, you're going more that one-on-one and getting it and kick mark. And if they have a spare, you will actually just you'll torture them because they've got to bring it to a one-on-one contest. That said, it looks like the biggest change outside of that has been the connection between the forwards and the midfield. I just feel like it's getting better, and that's been a large part of your improvement, particularly in the last 2 months.
Oh, 100%. We went through some stats at the bye period, and Fags showed us our inside 50s. I think we were still 1 or 2 in the comp. We just weren't connecting very well, so we went to work on that. The coaches have done a great deal of work in our drills to work on and improve these connections inside 50 and probably just our ball movement in general. Like you said, we're kick mark, we're finding the free and really challenging them on offence. We're exploding away and trying to find an isolated free and then sort of leapfrog them from there, and I feel like that's working for us quite well. We've got guys that are incredible runners like Huey McCluggage. Josh Dunkley covers so much ground as well. I don't cover that much, I just sort of plot around, but the other boys, they explode on offence, and it just opens the ground up so much for guys like Zorks and even Ryan Lester. Guys are taking those kicks through the corridor, and we're able to open teams up.
A couple of quick ones to finish. Lockie Neal with us from the Brisbane Rooms after their 5-point victory over Melbourne. So, well, I mean, the win-loss record says you're starting to get going, but how does it feel? I mean, you've won 4 in a row since the bye. The Hawks pulled your pants down before the bye. You've been great in the month since. Does it feel like you're getting there?
It does feel like we're getting there, yeah. And even before that Hawks game, I think we had a draw and a couple of wins or maybe a win. So our last sort of 8 games, we're probably 6-1-1 or something. So we feel like our form is trending in the right direction. Some areas for improvement tonight, obviously more so our contest work, but we feel like our game's pretty strong at the moment, and we've just got to keep evolving and keep winning games. It's going to be a tight finish at the end of the year.
And you're a superstar through 2 Brownlows and 260 games. We can ask you about processes. This is a process that I don't think you've been asked about before. What's your process when you watch Joe Danaher go on the back of a run-up for the mark after he's at the top of the mark, he's about to kick for goal? How do you handle that?
Yeah, well, sometimes he slots some absolutely miraculous goals, and other times he misses some simple ones, but that's a part of the Joe show. So just sit back and enjoy the show.
Do you ever think, do you think, okay, do I need to set up here? I mean, sometimes you think, do I cheat and go back to the middle, this is going to be through, or set up for a kick in? I mean, it's got to be different in your brain compared to a lot of other players.
Well, yeah, I think as a general rule, we want to set up just in case people miss. So we set up our zone for a set shot, regardless of if they're at the top of the goal square or 50 metres out on the boundary. So that doesn't change. And yeah, we were probably inaccurate tonight, but he's had his kicking boots on the last few weeks. I think he kicked 5 the other week pretty accurately. So he's done a lot of work on it this year. So has Eric as well. The guys have put in a lot of time because at the start of the year we were missing a lot of shots as well.
Huge result for you. You're up to 5th for the time being on the ladder. Entertaining game of footy, and thanks for your time.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
It's the reigning Brownlow medalist, Lockie Neal, with us there from the Brisbane Rooms. His numbers, by the way, 29 possessions, 12 contested, 7 score involvements, 3 inside 50s.
6 clearances as well. He wasn't that heavily involved in the first half in that regard. He worked his way into the game. I reckon Sparrow did a really good job of running around with him as well. A couple of the other mids just cutting him off.
And Rivers as well. They had a few going through him, didn't they? And then Oliver. So it was a great battle in the middle.
He's playing well, Rivers. I really like his game, the way he works hard and he runs hard. He's a really good guy to sort of just see the work rate. He should get a little bit more of the ball, but that said, he's having a good year.
More on Brisbane to come, but Jeff, I just thought Demons tonight. So we're starting to learn a bit more as to what they look like. I mean, Christian Petrarca is only one player, but he has been such an important player. What are you learning about the modus operandi for this Demons team, how they are getting things done without Petrarca? Because there's obviously not just what he does in the midfield, but there's the scoring as well.
Well, tonight I saw
Is it sustainable? Like, they were just so hungry tonight.
They were.
And is that a level of hunger that needs to be maintained, or can we expect it to be?
Yeah, and look, like you said it there, ebbs and flows. The game ebbs and flows. You've got to pick your moments. You've got to work out what's happening, and they are able to do that tonight. Brisbane, they were smashed in that first half, and what do they come out in the second half and try to level up the contested possession, and that's
more
what they tried to do.
I think it was more the second quarter. The first quarter, they were and they finished off but what I witnessed tonight was a level of care and team ethos, and we had the Lever and May arguments, which was great to see, but we had that, and, I noticed when Judd McVie missed that and Hit would end up snapping it inside forward 50, the whole team rushed over to him and say, hey, I haven't seen that level of care for a long time. But they did it on other things too, exciting stuff, tackles.
Smothers, tackles, they were committed. And you go back to your point before, what would Goody be thinking? He'd be super proud. The whole Demon faithful be super proud of their performance. That's our benchmark now. We've got some games that we can win. We're still in this race. It's very close, So one that got away, and I think the crowd got behind them in the end there for Brisbane. But what a great Friday night footy game.
Yeah, 29,617. We had a text from Matt, who's one of our loyal listeners, asking for the crowd figure. 29,617.
I tell you what, the planes coming, to Fiji and Europe, they're full. So that's why no, you can't blame that everyone's gone on holidays.
Give the umpires a wrap. I thought that was a very good decision by the umpire late in the game with Alex Neil-Bullen.
He didn't give him much.
Try. From our view, it looked like he'd sort of tripped, but then you look at it was a blatant try.
So, quite often we'll give recognitions to the howlers in the clutch. That was a very good decision in the clutch. From the umpires.
Yeah, you had to make that.
And the umpires,
and they're not easy to make sometimes.
And the umpires know the situation. They know where the game's at and have to make that. That Todd Viney. There you go.
We're always going to do that tonight.
But I played with him.
Yeah.
That's the difference. No, the Jack Viney tackle down there. And it was across. But what an amazing game. And full credit to Brisbane to fighting back into that. They were outplayed in that second quarter.
Absolutely.
And they just wrestled it, and there was moments in the first half of that third quarter where both sides had pretty easy set shots and they missed them. And then they finished off really well on that, to level it at, 15 points the difference at three-quarter time. And, what an amazing game. And they're the ones you got to win, like Lockie Neal said when we had him on before. Sometimes you got to win ugly, and they did.
So do you leave tonight thinking that Melbourne will play in the finals? I mean, it's not so much I just want your gut feel as a Melbourne person who knows footy for this team, which they have gone from and I'll say it, patheticness of Alex Springs to the brilliant boldness tonight. What are we going to get from this lot the last couple of months?
Yeah, well, you got to play that level, and you're going to win.
But is it possible?
It is.
Do we trust them?
They're fit.
Do we trust them?
They're the question marks you got to have. But the most important part of this going into the last 8 rounds is to play with that intensity, but to have a healthy list. You got to play. You got to have this list sticking together. I thought. Tolthorpe was really good today, had really good hunger for the ball. They've got these young kids coming through, and they just got to maintain a bit of a healthy side going into September.
It's ready-made, though, that Mozzie Wakefield.
And a really good debut from Moniz Wakefield as well, I thought. 16 disposals in the back line, and I think he used it pretty well, and he kept it tight.
And he had poise, there was some pressure there in the back line, and laid some great tackles and used the ball well.
Yeah, Acker, I'll ask the same question of you, and you can be easily seduced by what we've just seen, but you've got a pretty cold and calculating footy mind. Is this sustainable for the Deeds for the next 2 months? They're on the tightrope.
They are. I think that it is. Like the energy they expended tonight, most teams would have wilted a lot earlier. They would have capitalised. That is so good. So many great sides. That's the way you want your team. That's a premiership winning defence when you can do that more often. In the end, it's only just a little few things here and there. They did run out of gas, and you'd rather it be like that than anything else, that you drew everything at it, you just got rolled. But boy, oh boy, that pressure, just watching it, looking at it, it affected the Brisbane players. It really did. They made poor choices, dumped kicks, got turned over, fumbled. So great signs. And up here, it's a difficult place when the Lions are on fire. Came back, handy win, but I think they are heading in the right direction now, Melbourne.
Well, there's no question about their talent, is there? Yeah. They've just been so inconsistent this year.
Yeah, and the trust is the big one. I thought that Brisbane, near the end, we spoke about it halfway through the last quarter, the side that has the best poise is going to win it, and that's exactly what Brisbane was able to do. How many times did they get the ball on the half-back line? Chip, mark, brought the defence up, and then Wooshka went straight inside their forward 50. So the ability to have that poise was the difference right in the end. But you couldn't fault both sides. The way they went, the one-on-one contest tonight, that was amazing to watch.
Do you want the votes, Q?
Well, can I give you something, give a pump up? Before you pick the votes, I just want to get your opinion on Josh Dunkley, because where Neil worked his way back into the game, Dunkley was pretty good, consistent all the way through, but he took it to another level again in the second half. He ended up with 10 tackles, a game-high 10 tackles, 7 disposals and 32 disposals and 7 clearances.
Yeah, so let's run down those numbers. 32 for Dunkley, 29 for Neil, 28 for Zorko, 28 for McCluggage. Jared Berry's 20, rolls out the top 5 for Brisbane. Clayton Oliver, best of the Demons, with 29 disposals.
Good to see him back there. That's good.
He's back.
Good
Jack
form.
Viney with 26, 19 of them contested.
Yeah, but look at that percentage. They said 28% Jack Viney. That's the number he's got to just get better at.
Yeah, 10 score involvements, though. I mean, it's almost like criticising the bulldozer and admiring the brickwork. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, the bulldozer's not going to be pretty, is he?
The effort's there.
And if it wasn't for him, there's no bricks.
Yeah.
Rivers, 22 possessions, Neil Bullen, 18, Steve May, 18, Tom McDonald, 18. So overall...
Petty was good too.
Yeah,
shame
I heard he went off his sore ankle. He had 15 disposals. Brisbane had 368 possessions, Melbourne 339. Contested-wise, Melbourne won that plus 24. The marks, that's a... marks.
Should always be locked.
Brisbane won 15 to 60.
Yeah, that's...
That chip mark again through the back line.
It's their game.
And it's,
that's what they do.
They just take control of the game, and they force you to play up on them.
Yep.
That's spare. It's always a
inside 50s plus 2 to Brisbane. And if you've just tuned in, Brisbane 11 goals 20, 86 to Melbourne's 11-15, 81. Hugh McCluggage, the beneficiary of a free kick in the left forward pocket. Alex Neil-Bullen basically ran the ball as if he was one of the New South Wales players at the MCG in the first half, running it over the try line. Deemed deliberate, and McCluggage nailed the goal from the left forward pocket. Bailey Fritsch had a shot on the run from 40 out, just missed, and 6 points became 5 points, and they were the two big telling moments scoring-wise at the end of the game. And yes, Jason and Jeff, I'd like you to give the listeners your thoughts on the votes, please. 3, 2 and 1 for the ABC Sport Player of the Year.
Yeah, I've just completely overridden Whitey, and I'm just going to do the votes.
Really? There's usually... Is there collaboration?
Absolutely. No. We have telepathy. We're the same draft, obviously superstars of the game. So one vote, which is unlucky because he played a great game, and I thought he worked his way into it, is Lockie Neal. The 2 votes, I couldn't go past. This 2 and 3 were really tight. In the end, I went with Dunkley for 2. He had a terrific game, great marks, super tackles. But if it wasn't for Cozzy Pickett and his 7 shots on goal, 5 goals, it's just a super performance. He was the best player. I like to see, they do all those stupid stats on there's what you do for your team and your score, your super coach score. He would have been number 1. Anyway. Super game, 3 votes for him in a losing side, Cozzy Pickett. You know how much I enjoy him up the field, but kicking goals like that, he's the reason that I think Melbourne, outside of the pressure, was able to really just put the screws on Brisbane for a large part of the second and third quarter.
So Pickett gets the 3 from Jason Ackermanis, 11 score involvements, 5 goals, 2 from...
Do you agree with that, Whitey?
Yeah, I was going to put him in there. I think... special mention to Oliver. I thought he was back, but Dunkley. I thought McCluggage worked back. I think early in the game, McCluggage didn't have much of the ball, and then he came back into it really, really well.
2 possessions.
But definitely Jack Viney for mine. Yeah, 19 or 20 contested possessions. Amazing. But certainly Cozzy was a difference. But not only Cozzy, his ability to go in the centre, his ability to spread, but his tackling pressure. How many great tackles did he lay tonight? So
first goal was a tackle. Holding the ball.
Yeah.
So that's now, and just to reiterate, because of their excellent percentage, Brisbane for the time being is now 5th on the ladder, waiting results for the rest of the season. So their record is 8 wins, 1 draw, 6 losses, and they're at home against Adelaide next Sunday, while Melbourne has a home game against the Eagles at the MCG next week. So they're 8 wins, 7 losses, and ahead of the ledger, but that doesn't get you inside the 8 as
yet.
It's
come around quick. It felt like it was only last week that we lost against the Eagles over there, and that was sort of a little bit of a bit of a decline in our performance. But
it feels like the Adelaide draw was only a couple of weeks ago, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Next week.
Well, as I said at the start of the program, it feels like, you know, the whips are about to crack. We've had all the bye rounds. Whenever you get the full gamut of fixtures, you know, with the bye rounds are done, 9 weeks of 9 games each week, running into September.
You know what I've really missed, though?
What did you miss?
Thursday nights.
Yeah.
That is good, Thursday night footy.
I don't mind a bit of Thursday.
There'll be more of those next year.
Thursday night footies.
Well, and tomorrow, it's another good segue to plug the ABC Listen app, because there's these overlapping games. We've got 3 time slots and 5 games tomorrow, to be sort of rudimentary about it. So in the afternoon, Sydney take on Freo at the SCG, and North play the Bulldogs at Docklands. So either of the calls you can hear, either the AFL button or the AFL extra button. And then we're in the standalone time slot tomorrow afternoon, Gold Coast versus Collingwood.
What about the crowd there is going to be? Ooh.
Well,
who's
sold
calling?
Sold out.
Are you doing that game as well?
Yeah, we got Matty Primus along with Jeff tomorrow.
Oh, you two coasties. That's
We've
good.
got you next Sunday for the Adelaide.
Oh, do we?
The corresponding game last year was the one that probably ended Stewie Jew's career at the Suns. So.
Yes, Stewie. But then more than that, they had one bloke. They said, "Oh, he's free." Well, it wasn't even like his performance.
But
was
similar. Few decent players coming back for Collingwood,
absolutely
as well. And then tomorrow night, Adelaide versus the Giants and Geelong versus Essendon. So just a reminder. I mean, it's a good time to get friendly with the Listen app, because we've got Wimbledon coming up on Monday as well, and then I mentioned the conclusion of the T20 World Cup as well, with the final between. Was it India against South Africa? South Africa finally won a semi-final. Can they actually win a World Cup? So that's coming your way in the early hours of Sunday morning. That's East Coast time. Thank you, gentlemen. What's your overriding thought driving home, Jace?
I'm riding. I'm on the motorbike.
Okay.
I'll probably be thinking that, you know, the boys have turned it around. I like their footy. They found some good young players, and it's now all systems go. They've given themselves a chance to get back, and they're back in the contest, back in the competition. Where they go from here, it's in their destiny's in their hands, which you love. So it's exciting times, and I think you know, for Brisbane supporters, it's pretty promising that the guys can just keep going, get in the 8, get in the top 4. Who knows?
What about you, Jeff?
Yeah, just proud. I think that's the word. You know, that's they came with a competitive edge tonight. Very, very proud of the way they went, and hopefully that can be the springboard now for the rest of the season.
So, nice way to finish it off, having the analyst's eye throughout the evening. We started allowing you to put your old club jerseys on, and we finish off that way. Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, as always, a pleasure to have your company. Pricey, thank you. Let's do it again at Carrara tomorrow for Gold Coast versus Collingwood.
Good luck
Peter
with
Scott,
the traffic.
thank you on the faders. Jess Stewart down in the rooms, and Craig Davis back in the studio. And, of course, thank you for your company on this Friday night of footy, where Brisbane's won a bottler by 5 points. Corbin and the team to do it all from noon tomorrow Eastern time, depending on where you're listening to us, and then those couple of games throughout the afternoon, couple of games at night, and we'll keep you up to date with them all here on ABC Sport. But one of the more enjoyable Friday nights of the year, it must be said. Round 16 kicked off this way with the Lions winning by 5 points. Area hands it to Rayner. Training drill stuff down the corridor. Kick deep to the forward line. Out the back of the pack. Cameron Rose snaps and kicks his second. And gives a little rev for the old Charlie motorbike too.
Cozzy Pickett pace, skills, gets away from Darcy Wilmot, who's got both as well. He chips it 20 metres forward. It's a good kick. Aggressive, and finds Viney. He kicks it to the right forward pocket. That's a beautiful kick to Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen, he lets go. That's a nice drop punt. He's second, and the umpire did not move.
Ball comes free, picked up by Fritsch, 50 out, kicked to full forward. Van Rooyen juggles thrice, not paid. Chandler rose and dribbles it through anyway. Great finish from the left forward pocket. And the D's have kicked 4 in a row at the Gabba.
Rivers, off a step, he tumbled it inside 50, front and square Pickett. Rove had a snap. Oh, you beauty. Oh, Cozzy Pickett. He's now got 4 before half-time.
Lush kick to the wing. May's there to mark for Melbourne.
Free kick.
Shepherded out. I think that was against Tom.
They're out here.
Free kick to Hipwood. Plays on quickly. There are 3 Lions to choose from in the forward line. Danaher drops a chest mark. Falls over. Suckers it off the ground. In a goal that only Danaher could kick. Joyce who turns it over. Viney there to steal for the Demons. He wobbles a kick inside 50, met by Leicester. Parries it only to Pickett, who palms away from Leicester, shoots with his left, and that is 5 goals for one of the most exciting forwards in the game.
Gorko now. He wants to go longer. He does. Oh, that's a lovely kick to right half forward. Found his teammate Dunkley. Gave it into Berry. Berry from 40. Does what his surname suggests and buries one for the Lions. Finally, Bailey to the left forward pocket. Danaher flies, spoiled there by McDonald. Oh, that's deliberate. It is Fanningham, deliberate and paid. He dived over like it was State of Origin on a Wednesday night.
Alex Neil-Bullen.
It's going to be a free kick and it's going to go to Hugh McGluggage 40 metres out on the boundary. McGluggage from the boundary line, 45 out. He's going to put it through. It's a goal! Hugh McGluggage! What a kick! The Lions by 6 points.
They'll restart play and the siren will sound, and those in maroon at the Gabba are about to blow the roof off this joint. Brisbane win by 5 points in a Friday night ripper, starting the run to September in fine fashion.
Play the footy on the ABC. Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game, every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can!
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of BBC Stumped.